kaMahlandlela kwenta lo msebenzi davele tangena ensimini tasetenta nelikomiti lesilibita ngathi interministerial committee le responsible for drafting this legislation. I-interministerial committee nelibandla letindvuna bahambile bayotsekela lwati emaveni labeva ngathi anekucishe kusebentisana ngekufana nathi nekuthi sebahambile bagabudzela ngendzaba ye decentralization kukhona lesingakufundza khona vele nasifika khona safunza malangeni but tinhlitiyo tetfu tabanako lokuthi uyathi kube mane sonke sibe singakhona kuhamba siyofunza but ngoba sonke ngeke sikhona kuhamba siyofunza asicele letingcweti lebe siconsulta kuto si benchmarka kuto kuthi tibuye sesente umhlangano lo njengalo sitolalelisana sonke simaSwati nge representation bese sesicishe sesihamba kanye kuya embili umgomo wethu ke kuthi sitova namuhla sibanyenti siphinze sikhulumisane ngalendzaba ye local government ne local governance umgomo wethu wekucala loyo nekuthi ke emaswati evebe umcoka balo chapter 13 we constitution lokuthi vele mbamba uthini lo chapter 13 nekuthi ke lemibono le rich letawuphuma la is going to enhance the drafting of the legislation vele le draft legislation ikhona iconsultelwe kabanti so lokutawuphuma la kutaba i-additional bonkhosi siyathemba ukuthi sitati khulumela siti applye sisachubeka ngoba vele lo msebenzi uconze phambili ukuthi kuphume umthetho we local government sengishito lokho malangeni ngiyathanda ukuthi ngethule bonke labatawukhuluma namhla kusukela namuhla kuze kuphele umhlangano mngadi angeke ngingene kuma profiles abo because the profiles are going to be run as by presenter but nje ukuthi ngithule ku Her Excellency the acting prime minister kuthi bobani labatasikhulumisa emalangeni lamathathu letako sina chief His Royal Highness Dr. Chief Chamuka Chisamba wase Zambia libandla lebelihambile laya emphakathini wa Chief Chamuka lakhanza ukuthi intuthuko isezingeni lelisetulu tasihlephulela wa Chamuka sina Professor Kwamena Ahoy sina Professor waseGhana Professor nguye lesingathi vele ngudokotela we decentralization eGhana nguye nje yaqalela kuye siyambona nokuthi vele ukhulile uyati step by step ubhaleke tincwadi letiningi ngale decentralization letinye sabuya nato siyatifunza nanamuhla sina Dr. Francis Irungu Kangata yena ke ungovernor we county yase Muranga eKenya sina Dr. Francis Adams ubuya eGhana ungilomunye walaba researchile ngendzaba ye local government sina Professor Ndagwa Noyo wase South Africa yena ke ugcile kakhulu kulama traditional structures ukuthi singasebenzisana njani good governance in the traditional structures ekhaya sina Chief Dambuza bataba bathathu banlabadzala by panel bakhulumise the system the Tinkhundla system of government bana babe Mangomeni Nzimanze bana Ambassador Dr. Moses Mathendele Dlamini that tackling the subject the Tinkhundla system of government sina Magelindiwe Gwebudlamini Senate President lotasikhulumisa nje kabanti the call for action fune senteni mbamba sithini sibhekaphi sesukaphi sinemfane Nkosi Gija losuka kaManzini region so vele usemukele waNkosi sina the Learned Attorney General lotasikhulumisa ngalo chapter 13 wale constitution sina Thulasizwe Dlamini longuye lead drafter walomthetho lesiukhankanyako sina lamasuku Queeneth long director ka urban government naLungile Dlamini labatasikhulumisela ngekuphathwa nje kwemadolobha bona baphuma edolobheni nagciniwe Fakutse naBhekithemba Mathebula. They're going to form a panel. Sesinelusha letfu nalo sitalinika indlebe sive ukuthi bona bacondzani ngendzaba ye local government and how can we leave this beautiful kingdom safely in their hands. Youth, ngicela sibashayele tandla. Ngithathe lelithuba ngithule Honorable Minister weTinkhundla kuthuthukiswa nekuphathwa kwato kuthi ede atosivusela wankosi bese sosendela umsebenzi wakhe.
Mphatsi lihlelo lokungumabhanya lomkhulu etikweni letinkhundla angideclare futhi acting prime minister lokuthi awusiphethene kahle kuyasenjetwa impela bantu abenkosi boba betikhulu lomele umhlonishwa ndvunankulu lekuliphini lakhe makethulisile dladla ulamotsa mengameli wendlu yetimbunga eParliamente umcondzo wetinkhulumo endlini yabayesikhulu nemasekela abo nato timbili tindlu teParliamente emabandla yokweluleka Chief Chamuka wesithupha nalahamba nabo lababuya eZambia Governor Francis Irungu Kangata lobuya eKenya Muranga County ne delegation lahamba nayo Professor Kwamena Awoyi na Dr. Francis Adams lababuya eGhana Professor Ndangwa Noyo lesinaye emkhatsini wethu lobuya bomakhelwane bethu eSouth Africa tivakashi tethu mlabamele emave eveni laKangwane ngakwehlukana kwabo sive sonke nje ngete ngasicetha sonke ngiyati kuthi lokukhulu kwami kutosukumisa mhla DPM ngete ngabamtse kakhulu but nje naye wonke umuntu lokhona endlini emadolobha nabo bonke labakhona ama stakeholders mhlonjwa DPM kuyinfokoto lenkulu lamuhla silitiko letinkhundla kuthi sibe nemsebenzi lomkhulu kanje lo msebenzi lona sithena sifika siucala satfola tinkhulumo letinengi sakhanzana setikweni mhlonjwa DPM sekuvele kukhwane kuphosa lithawula sebukhona nebugwala kuthi lo msebenzi lona sowuzanywe kanenge wehluleka kodwa ngekukhumbula inkulumo yesibaya nekukhulumbula emagama embube emhlaba nayichitha sona sibaya kuthi yagcizela kakhulu ukuthi asakhulumile eMaswati akhuluma ngetindzaba tekuthi uhulumende akabe lephasi kubantu akafike kubantu lama services abawatfolela abantu kwasihlupha ke lokho lokuthi njengaloko wonke umuntu ubonakala ngathi so uvele wagocile emanetha vele so uphosile sesenda njani siyabonga ke mhlonishwa deputy prime minister acting prime minister ukuthi kwathi kusenjalo sakhumbula ukuthi awu phela livela kaNgwane njengaloku uvele nalo lingilelinye lemave lahamba embili ngenza democracy linayo yonke imkhono line parliament lengeyihlala ingasibambisi nasiteka lendzaba savele sasukuma mhlonishwa sabhala sathi cha sifuna kubhala sibhalele ingcolo letemthetho eveni laKangwane seyiseluleke mbamba lokuthi lendzaba ye decentralization singenta kanjani lokuthi ize iphumelele ngoba kude longaboni asakhulumile eMaswati lokuthi lena ngiyona ndlela lengenda ukuthi eMaswati akhone kuphila ngcono wekunenene lo office lakhe baseluleka bathi cha ngete kwasita kujubela nebugwala bathi asivele siyibambe ngetimpondvo mhlonishwa bathi asibuyele kumthethosisekelo siwulayelise uthini kahle wasithatha ingcwele lemithetho yasiqondzisa kuye chapter 13 we constitution na chapter 7 afundwa na chapter 7 lokuthi asesende isiqiniseko ukuthi siyawaqonza lama chapters lawa emthethosisekelo lokuthi athini sisabe siyayithola imphendvulo kwase sita ke mhlonishwa lokho ngoba sabe siyahamba siya ecabinet siyawucela ukuthi sibambise simbonge umhlandvuna enkulu lo wavele wayisukumela etula necabinet yavele ecabinet yasungula libandla letindvuna letine lekuyindvuna yato Tinkhundla kuphathwa kwato nekutfuka kwato ngoba indvuna yemadolobha umhlonishwa Apollo Maphalala lokhona lamhla futhi naye la ngoba ngumfana enkosi indvuna ka Justice and Constitutional Affairs umfana enkosi Simelane na Dr. Gina lo indvuna ka Planning lapho sanikwa lo msebenzi ukuthi asende siqiniseke ukuthi this time around lo mthetho lona uba khona evenda kangwane ngoba utawulisita leave ushido PS lokuthi sihambile ngete ngagcila kakhulu lapho mhlonishwa but nje ngisho lo ukuthi sisahamba kukhona lokuhle sikutfolile yathi inkosi Sobhuza wesibili nasisahamba noma sisehleli kube kuhamba sibo ukuthatha lokuhle ngoba vele bathi na umuntu uphila ube solo sonke isikhathi ubuka lokuthi yini engakuthola kamakhelwane lokungangisita mina lokukhulu kakhulu engifuna ukusho nje lokuthi nasifika eZambia mhlonishwa DPM acting prime minister sakhanza abantu baseZambia ikakhulu emphakatsini lapho kuna chief chamuka khona sakhanza boba betikhulu sebahleleke kakhulu ngetindzaba tekuphathwa kwemimango kwekucala lesakukhanza lesakubona ukuthi kusisombululo etinkeni etinenge lesingakufunza nathi sakhanza ukuthi chief chamuka le emphakatsini wakhe lokungumphakathi lomkhulu longaphose beyihafu yalevila kangwane ngoba ngumphakathi lomkhulu he's a very powerful chief in any case eZambia lesakuthola sathola ukuthi lendzawo yakhe kude umuntu lohlala lendzaweni yakhe noma ke lone likhaya lo certificate lo mphakathi wakhe udemarcated udwetshiwe lonke likhaya uyalati chief uyalati umphakathi ukuthi lapha ngasikhumbuzo Dlamini usuka apha agcine ngesigodzi vele nje sohambe umgamu wekunene sithi simdumisele naye kuloko nekwekuthi etindzabeni te local government wafike kunene wasilayela lo ukuthi kumbe ngendeka kube singemaswati nathi khwale singakufunza lokuthi kufika kwamadolobha nekusendeka kwamadolobha nasemakhaya noma ke nawo betikhulu akutemuci tikhulu emandla tekuphatha wasinika kunene lokuthi kumqoka lokuthi sisakwenda konke lesinakwena sikhuluma ngako thina lesisite ngako sathi kahle lokuthi kude i-decentralization ngaphandle kwetikhulu tikhulu nawe boshifu nabantu benkosi abukumango ngibona bahamba embili lekufanele ukuthi balide tindzaba te-decentralization natondzaba te local government mhlonishwa nasifika eKenya safeza khanza lokunye kuhleleka ngendlela lesimanga lesakhanza ukuthi nakhona kukunengi kakhulu esingakufunza lapho sakhanza governor khona Kangatha eMuranga County lapho sakhanza khona bayiphatha mbamba lendvo le ukuthi yonke into ayidzingi ukuthi ku jurisdiction yakithi ayidzingi ukuthi yembabane lapho khona batendela lama decisions lephasi lamatiko are very much decentralized lapho khona ukhanza ukuthi khona nje sakhanza ukuthi tindzaba tabo health tindzaba tabo education tilephasi liphakelo uhulumende lomkhulu kunemali letsite emaphakelweni la imikisa lephasi ku county phinze futhi batiraise letimali tabo tekuthi bakhona kusebenta kwasijabulisa kakhulu ke lokho lokubona lokuthi kwenda ukuthi gijime lendzaba yaka decentralization safike sakhanza imodel lesesinayo nasevenda kangwane kuthi lephasi Tinkhundleni ukhanze konke longakufuna ngabe ufuna ilicense yani ngabe ufuna Stephen Sekutalo ufuna ipassport ufuna iID uconze enkundleni yokuthola Mhlonishwa DPM kwasijabulisa nako lokho onke lamave empeleni sebakhulumile ngaprofessor Awoyilo ukuthi eGhana vele bona sebavele basembili kakhulu. Sakhanze eGhana nje kunemishini igcwele lonke lelive lapho khona inkundla ngenkundla inemishini yawo ekunaka imigwaco njengalokho ba decentralized ngendlela lesimanga. Mhlonishwa lamuhla lokukhulu sithite asesibuye sibenzawonye njengalokho sesihambile sa consult eMaswatini imbobo emhlaba ikubeka embili ukuthi kufuna ukukhulunyiswane vele dialogue evena kangwane ihamba embili. Ngaleso sizathu sithite asingagcini ngekuthi siyele etigungwini ngekwehlukana kwato siwavusele emabandle kweluleka boba betikhulu abantu benkosi baphathi tifundza bantu labasha labakhubatekile tonke inhlobo sithambile safika kuto but sathi sale sibuyanzawonye kenyalo sichubeke sithi to consult further kuze kuthi lo mthetho lo sente siciniseke ukuthi uyaphasa. Mhlonishwa angigcine ngekuthi lo mthetho lo kuyinsayeya yalo lonke eliswati lelandlini nalelisekhaya kuthi lento konke lokusemandleni kuthi nakhwale liqabangako ukuthi kungafakwa kulo mthetho ukuthi uphase lo mthetho lento enjalo than ukuthi sicabange ukuthi singavimba njani ukuthi ungaphasi lo mthetho ngoba solibambelele live kakhulu na ubuka lokuthi umthethosisekelo sonke la awu impela sibantu belijele ngoba umthethosisekelo evela kangwane ukubeka sobala ukuthi wonke umuntu kuyafuna ukuthi ende esiqiniseke ukuthi umthethosisekelo uyasebenza kodwa thine la silandlini sonke wathi lo mthethosisekelo akufuneka kuphela iminyaka lesihlanu uphasile kufuna ube sewukhona lo mthetho we local government leselo ungekho lamuhla 20 years down the line lokusho ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sidevelophlungu sonke lo ukuthi sekusikhanzile lokho party sisene chance ukuthi besingenda ngqono kuthiwe nathi senda lokukhulu ukuthi lo mthetho ube khona ngalawo magama mhla DPM sesikhathi lapho khona lesive sengonyama lesigcwele la sitekta ukuva lokuthi uhulumende uthini kuna umsendo omkhulu kangaka losembi kwethu. Umthwala Deputy Prime Minister umele yena umthwala Ndvunankulu longekho even bekunene ngekuthunywa ngilo live ngabe ukhona naye bekunene naye ke mhla DPM siyajabula lokuthi abe khona even kuphindze kuthunywe yena kulomsebenzi ikakhulu ngoba ngumuntu lomunye ku cabinet leli tiko lakhe ngetulu kwaleli tiko lakhe ke naye nje personally unalenhlitiyo yalabantu lo ukuthi vele uthanza lokuthi kufuna uhulumende afike lephasi kubantu le kusenda ke ukuthi sitigcabe silitiko lo ukuthi lamuhla bese sewuba khona la kulomsebenzi sibonge mhlonishwa kuba khona kwakho netindima tembuso Senate President nabo bonke labakhona ukuthi niphumelele lo msebenzi sengida ucela kulesikhathi samanje ukuthi mhlonishwa usale usukuma usivulela wona lo mhlangano nacela sive sisukume bekunene.
Asibonge kwekuthi kukhona lo lokufakwa la etindlebeni sitokhona ukuthi singakhuluma noma ngabe ngangiluphi lulwimi kude lo tawusalela emuva. Ngicela kuvusela bantu abenkosi ngivusele boba betikhulu ngivusele labaluleka emakhosi ethu ngivusele tindvuna tembuso ngivusele yena make losibukele eSenate naye losibukele endlini yetimphunga the lower house bese sivusela totimbili tindlu sivusele Attorney General sivusele labanxusele mavabo kuleli vela kangwane na bobo regional administrator namake mayor wala Matsapha siyabonga Nkosi phezu komkhono bomake bese sivusela tihlobo tetfu letito nato kube khona letikutfolako kithi eMaswati kuthi lenqola sishayela njani. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi labatakutfola la ekhaya batawufike nabo lemuva bangede. Njengaloku nathi libandla lelaphuma lifike latfola. Ngiko nje namhla sila bathi asicocisane ngiloyo kube khona la kutfolako sitokwenda emave ethu eAfrika. Abanake bantu bawo. Sive kuthi tive tithini bese siyalalela sesiyenda sitoba neAfrika lejabulile. Siyavusela ke kuba bechief Chamuka wesithupha lophuma khona eZambia. Sakwemukela baba. Sivusele ku Governor Francis Irungu Kangata lophuma khona eKenya. Siyabonga baba. Bese sivusela lofunze kakhulu kuthiwa ngiprofessor Kwamena Awoy and Dr. Francis Adams abaphuma khona etihlotsheni tethu taseGhana. Siphinde sivusele kuProfessor Ndangwa Noyo. Sichubeke sivusele eMaswatini latasikhulumela kulomsebenzi lomkhulu kangaka. Sivusele kubantu abam persons with disabilities. Ngijabulile ukuthi Tinkhundla tiba recognizile banelitafula labo njengaloku nibona na infombi yethu tinfombi tethu lapha tiyabahumshela. Sivusele onke amaswati lala nalangaphandle kwalelihola nalasemaveni lamanye siyethemba ukuthi batawulalela bese nabo batfola lithuba lekuthi bajikijele esivivaneni kulomsebenzi lomkhulu kangaka lesihlangene ngawo. Sivusele etinthathelini tethu ngoba ngito lelitawuhambisa lelivangeli lesitabe siliva kulamalanga lamathathu lesitabe sicocisana ngawo ngalomsebenzi lomkhulu kangaka. Emaswati onke jikelele siyanivusela bekunene. Sicela kubonga Tinkhundla. Sibonge bantu basengweni leba sitholela nalitfungu batholela ingwenyama nalitfungu bese sihleli nawo lo mthetho. Kepha ngendlela lebekashisekela ngayo ukuthi awubone lo mthetho ukuthi uyangena eParliamente. Impela uyihluphile kakhulu iCabinet. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi na Attorney General uyolala buthongo mhlazana iphumelela le bill. NeCabinet nayo iyolala buthongo neParliament nesive sonke ngenzaba la sihlupha ngayo ngale bill. Sekude longayadi kusukela angena anikwa lelitiko akazange sabutfole buthongo. Watvonsa labanye boza kwabo. Ngabe nguminister waka housing naye ngibona ukuthi usamkhanuka. Kepha ke sokuloncola naye asamkhanuka. Sithi nje asibabonge naye umfana Nkosi Simelane na dokotela economic planning lebagijime basibuyela naletindzaba base baphinze balanza laba lesebayibonile lendlela letihlobo tethu leti. Ngicela ke nyalo kungena esingisimaneni ngizoyikhulumisa lendzaba ngesingisimane. Kuba kuhle ke lokuthi noma ngabe uyasiva ukufake lokhu utowuva kahle ngoba ngesinye isikhathi thina nje sesibadzala tihola tashaya letindlebe so ukhanza ukuthi uva kancane kanti uma ufake lokhu uyeva. It is with a deep sense of humility and gratitude that I stand before you today, honored to join this esteemed gathering as we collectively reflect on and shape the future of governance in our beloved kingdom of Eswatini. A kingdom that is led by His Majesty King Mswati III, a king that loves his people, a king that believes in quality service delivery, a king that wants to see each and every Leswati happy and living a livelihood that would be admired by the whole world. This conference, therefore, represents a sacred opportunity to align ourselves with the heartfelt aspirations of every Leswati, ensuring that no voice is left unheard and no community is left behind. Your Royal Highnesses, our international friends, Emaswati, at the outset, allow me to reaffirm with utmost sincerity the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini's unwavering commitment to heeding the voices of our people, as so powerfully expressed during the 2023 National Sibaya. Those voices, echoing the call for enhanced public service delivery, remain our guiding light. We are steadfast in our duty to uphold Chapter 13 of our revered Constitution, which mandates a unified, inclusive, and countrywide local government system deeply rooted in our cherished Tinkhundla system. This is not merely a legal obligation, but a solemn promise to bring governance closer to every citizen, whether in the heart of our rural homesteads or the pulse of our nation, of our urban centers. As enshrined in Chapter 5, Section 58(2) of our Constitution, the state is guided by the principle of decentralization and devolution, empowering our people to manage and direct their own affairs at the most appropriate levels. The Tinkhundla system, the cornerstone of our governance, embodies the spirit of decentralization by enabling grassroots participation through the 59 Tinkhundla constituencies, where communities elect representatives to voice their aspirations at local and national levels. It harmonizes our revered traditional leadership, our chiefs, Bantu benkosi, with modern but balanced democratic processes, ensuring governance respects our cultural heritage while addressing contemporary needs. This integration empowers chiefs to oversee customary law and community welfare, fostering a governance model that is both culturally grounded and responsive. Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, the 2023 Sibaya, under the wise guidance of His Majesty King Mswati III, was a clarion call for an inclusive, effective, and culturally grounded local government system. His Majesty, with characteristic wisdom, urged the government, a government led by His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, to act with urgency, to address the needs of our people. In response, the government has prioritized the operationalization of Chapter 13 through a proposed local government bill, which we anticipate will be enacted in the coming months. This bill will strengthen the Tinkhundla system's ability to deliver services efficiently, with Tinkhundla centers serving as hubs for education, for health, and infrastructure development, tailored to the unique needs of each community. The Tinkhundla system's merits lie in its ability to foster community cohesion and inclusivity, ensuring that youth, women, Emaswati with disabilities have a voice in governance. It is cost-effective, leveraging existing community structures to minimize administrative burdens while aligning local priorities with our national vision as articulated by His Majesty. By decentralizing authority, Tinkhundla ensures that governance is not imposed from above, but grows the heart of our communities, uniting us in purpose and progress. In light of the above, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I humbly call upon all stakeholders gathered here today to use this platform to deepen our shared understanding of the aspirations of the communities we serve. This legislation is about ensuring that every Liswati, whether in rural or urban areas, has equitable access to governance and services. We acknowledge that this task is not without challenges, as it will reshape existing structures and introduce new approaches to service delivery. Your ideas, your wisdom, and contributions are not only welcomed, but essential to this transformative journey. It is my privilege to extend heartfelt congratulations to the Honorable Skhumbuzo, the Minister for Tinkhundla Administration and Development, and the Honorable Apollo Mapalala, Minister for Housing and Urban Development, for their tireless leadership in this process. It would be amiss of me not to thank His Excellency, the Prime Minister, for his leadership. Together with the Honorable Ministers of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and Economic Planning and Development as part of the subcommittee constituted in 2024, they have worked diligently to craft a legislative framework that honors our Constitution. I also would like to express our sincere gratitude to our Attorney General, who is spending most of his time giving advice here and there on this bill. I also express deep gratitude, of course, to the Attorney General and the Interministerial Steering Committee for their invaluable contributions. We cannot forget the Tinkhundla Portfolio Committee and our presiding officers for ensuring that the proposed legislation reflects the spirit and values of our nation. I'm heartened to note that this team has adopted an evidence-based approach, drawing lessons from the experiences of our brothers and sisters in Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and Zambia, among others. Their consultations have enriched our understanding of urban-rural governance dynamics, ensuring that our approach is both forward-looking and deeply rooted in our traditions. Of course, our partners over there, I see there's UN, there's EU, and so on and so forth. We really appreciate you very much for your contributions in ensuring that this exercise is realized. The government has also engaged extensively with our people, with our chiefs, the regional administrators, Tinkhundla councils, youth, the Eswatini Local Government Association, and many others to ensure that the zero draft of the local government bill reflects the diverse voices of our nation. This inclusive process underscores our belief in governing with the people, not merely for them. And we are hopeful that our members of parliament, the representatives of the people, will visit each and every Tinkhundla to talk and bounce this bill off with the owners, the people of this kingdom. Today's conference is a testament to the African spirit of unity, cooperation, and mutual support. Thank you once again, our international friends. We are deeply honored to welcome distinguished experts and delegations from Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, and Zambia. And there's no doubt that you will gain a lot from our local experts as well. By learning from their experiences and engaging our own communities, we are crafting a local government system that is credible, sustainable, and anchored in the Tinkhundla system's values of unity, representation, and service to all. And there is no doubt that now we are going to be the ambassadors of the Tinkhundla system. Whenever some people talk ill or ignorantly of this system, you will say, no, we have seen it all. We know what Tinkhundla system constitutes. So be our ambassadors. This conference provides a vital platform to share international best practices, foster open dialogue, and address any concerns as we align with the vision of Chapter 13. We recognize that diverse perspectives may exist on how best to unify our local government system, That is why the government is committed to transparency, it is committed to inclusion, and it is committed in collaboration at every step. Through this interactive gathering, we seek to embrace our diversities and foster convergence toward a shared vision for a stronger and more inclusive Eswatini. It is with great joy and a deep sense of responsibility that I declare the Eswatini Local Conference officially open. And I warmly invite all participants, from those that are present here and those joining us through social media platforms, to engage openly, share constructive ideas, and contribute to this historic journey. Your voices, whether expressed directly or through your representatives, will shape the future of our nation. Together, let us build a local government system that empowers every community, that honors our sacred traditions and fulfills the promise of chapter 13. United in purpose and guided by the wisdom of our one and only, our King, His Majesty Mswati III, let us move forward toward a brighter, more inclusive of Eswatini. Siyabonga bonkhosi. Thank you very much.
Program Director, please allow me to write and abide by the already established protocols by the speakers before me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I've been requested to give a brief insight on Chapter 3 of the Constitution, its operationalization thereof. Before I proceed any further with my submissions and my prepared slides, I find it necessary to preface by saying the operationalization of Chapter 3 of the Constitution is long overdue. The Constitution having been promulgated in the year 2005 is now almost 20 years later. We are all here guilty of not upholding the Constitution. There's been a lot of talk surrounding the issue of operationalization of Chapter 13 of the Constitution. With some arguing, why now? The question is how now? We are better the way we are. We are okay the way we are. Some of the misunderstandings have been to operationalize Chapter 13 is going to take away the powers of the traditional leaders, chiefs. And that has been the most scary one and the most sensitive one. However, we wish to allay your fears today, and we hope by the end of this conference, everyone will get out of here knowing that it is not so. Chapter 13 is not here to take the powers of the traditional leaders. Chapter 13 is not here to take the powers of traditional leaders. Chapter 13 is about service delivery. Chapter 13 is about bringing government closer to the people. Chapter 13 is about breaching the rural-urban dichotomy. Government services must be accessible to even someone who is far in Saliche. You cannot say we are okay the way we are. When someone down at Lavumisa, when he or she needs an international passport, is supposed to travel to Mbabane headquarters to get one. Those services must be accessible even as far as wherever you are as Liswati. That is what chapter 13 speaks to. It is not here to take anybody's powers. It is not here to upset any existing structures. It is here to benefit every Liswati individual, including Bobabe Tikulu. It's good that I'm standing before you as one of the traditional leaders. So I'm also affected. I cannot speak for something that I know very well is going to upset the present existing traditional landscape. So I thought maybe before I proceed, let me preface by saying so that I can allay the fears and dispel the misconceptions that exist with regard to this subject. Perhaps for us to better understand the local government landscape and its transition thereof, it's very important for us to look at our history. We were previously colonized by the British. We are a British colony. So what we have in the local government landscape is what was inherited from the colonial era. You'll know, some of you will know that local government is regulated by the Urban Government Act of 1969. It's a very old piece of legislation. However, it is also important to note that the Urban Government Act only has jurisdiction in the rural areas to the exclusion of, rather in the urban areas, to the exclusion of rural areas. Rural areas continue to be regulated in terms of Swazi law and custom. And that has created a disparity between urban and rural areas, with the rural areas getting the last end, or rather a short end of the stick, with the rural areas not benefiting as much as the urban areas are benefiting. Yet, we have Bobabe, Bo Chief in the rural areas who are the footstools of Ingwenyama. However, with the advent of the Constitution in 2005, it brought about a new dispensation. It provided for a new legal framework for local government, which makes provision for the establishment of a single countrywide system of local government based on the Tinkhundla system, and it further provides that the local government shall be organized according to the volume and complexity of services rendered, and it shall be integrated so as to avoid rural, or rather urban-rural dichotomy. So that is provided for in the Constitution. It is not taking anybody's powers away. But before we even reach chapter 13, which obviously commences or begins at section 218 of the Constitution, it is necessary, I'm sure legal experts will tell you that for you to understand the better meaning or the proper meaning of the Constitution, it is very, very important that you read the document, or rather the text, as a whole. Read other provisions with other provisions, not in isolation. If you look at the preamble in our Constitution, you can see that the preamble already embraces chapter 13. Also, if you look at section 58 on political objectives, you will note that that section as well embraces chapter 13. I think you can see the reading of the preamble in the slides, where it says, whereas it is necessary to blend the good institutions of traditional law and custom with those of an open and democratic society, so as to promote transparency and the social, economic, and cultural development of our nation. Section 58 on political objectives, it says, this section provides that Eswatini shall be a democratic country dedicated to principles which empower and encourage the active participation of all citizens in all levels of government, and it provides further that in the conduct of public affairs, the state shall be guided by the principles of decentralization and devolution of government functions. Which means, like I've made an example, that government services must not only be accessed in the capital city in Baban. We should be able to access government services sitting somewhere far away at Lavumisa or anywhere else in the country. They should be accessible. The same services that are accessed here in Baban should be accessible to the Eswatini people. We also have section 79 of the Constitution, which provides that the system of government for Eswatini is a democratic, participatory, Tinkhundla-based system, which emphasizes devolution of state power from central government to Tinkhundla centers and individual merit as a basis for election or appointment to public office. We proceed to look at section 80, which says, for purposes of political organization and popular representation of the people in parliament, the country is divided into areas called Tinkhundla, which we call constituencies. This section provides that the Tinkhundla units or areas inspired by a policy of decentralization, once again, of state power, are the engines of development and the central pillars underpinning the political organization and the economic infrastructure of the country, through which social services to different parts of the country, of the Eswatini community are facilitated. So, there's nothing in these provisions that I've just cited for you that speaks to anything being taken or any upsets in the structure or the traditional landscape. All the emphasis is about service delivery, and all the emphasis that you find there is about decentralization. Now, I've already mentioned, we've stated in our slide that we view section 218 to 226, that is chapter 13, as a blueprint for local government framework in the kingdom. I've already mentioned that in order to find proper meaning and intention of the crafters of the Constitution, the text must be read as a whole, the provision read together with other provision. To that extent, we are saying, when you look at section 18, section 218 of the Constitution, which establishes the single countrywide system of local government. That section must be read together with section 80 for better understanding. These provisions as a whole speak to the division of Eswatini into many Tinkhundla constituencies, that is, areas or units, and the Tinkhundla areas shall also serve as local government. It is provided for that the Tinkhundla areas are essentially the engines of development, central pillars of political organization, in economical infrastructure, and vehicles of service delivery. All these shall be supported by a clear policy of decentralization of state power, and the local governments shall allow the people to govern themselves and manage their own affairs. And they shall be organized and administered through democratically elected councils or committees. One might be tempted to think, how are these councils or committees going to work? Are they going to take over? No, they are going to collaborate. There'll be a collaboration. These councils are divorced from our traditional leaders. However, just like it happens with government, the central government, we do work as Bobabe Tikulu with the central government. We collaborate one way or another, and in this case, we also foresee some collaboration as it is provided for in the constitution, and it is provided for as well in the very section that the primary objective of the Tinkhundla based system, this is very, very important because we need to know what the objective is, especially of the chapter 13. The primary objective of the Tinkhundla based system of government is to bring government closer to the people, so that the people at subnational and local community level progressively take control of their own affairs and govern themselves. We turn and speak to section 219, which speaks to the local government areas. We view this section as a guide to the Elections and Boundaries Commission, EPC, in its additional task of defining local governments, and it says, in so doing, the Commission shall take into account the existing chiefdom areas, redraw Tinkhundla boundaries as may be necessary, integrate urban and rural areas where necessary. The Commission shall do all the above by considering the population, physical size, geographical features, economical infrastructure, economic resources, the existing or planned infrastructure of each area, the possibilities of facilitating the most rational management and use of infrastructure of the area, with a view of ensuring that local government area is or has the potential for becoming economically sustainable. There's also section 220. This section is best read together with section 79. It speaks to the political system of the country, which is democratic, participatory, and the elections based on individual merit. The local governments shall be administered by councils or committees. And the role of traditional authorities who are footstools of Ngwenyama in overseeing the communities, chiefdoms in these local government areas cannot be overemphasized. The proposed legislation seeks to create a structure of the traditional authorities that will operate in a coordinated and coherent manner with the local councils or committees. It is also important that we pay particular attention, especially to the duties of the local government authority. It is provided for that the duty of a local government authority is to ensure, in accordance with the law, the efficient management and development of the area under its jurisdiction, in consultation with local traditional authority where applicable. This whole process is about development. The whole emphasis is on efficient development. It shall be the duty of the local government authority to implement social development, social cohesion, economic development, infrastructure development. A local government authority may maintain, protect life, public property, improve working and living conditions, promote the social and cultural life of the people, raise the level of civic consciousness, preserve law and order within its area, and generally preserve the rights of the people. So this whole chapter is here to better the lives of the people, to better the lives of every individual Liswati. Be it you are a child, you are a scholar, ungbabe chief, you'll benefit from this enterprise. A local government authority shall organize and promote popular participation, cooperation in respect of political, economic, and cultural and social life under its, of the area under its control. We also see at section 222 and 223 that the local government has power to levy and collect taxes, raise fees, etc., as must be specified for the execution of its programs. Someone, I think there's a speaker who spoke before me, I'm not quite sure if it was the minister, who said it shall depend it shall be subvented by government. But over and above it being subvented by government, it shall have the authority to levy and collect taxes and raise for execution of its programs. It shall also formulate, execute bylaws, programs, and strategies for effective mobilization of the resources necessary for the overall benefit and welfare of the people of the area. The development programs of local government shall be aligned with national development plan where appropriate and must be mainly funded by the national government. That's what the minister was speaking to. And we have a section on the management of local government affairs, which designates a ministry at local at national level that will manage local government affairs. And in this case, is the Ministry of Tinkhundla. For the effective management, the ministry shall be divided into 4 regions headed by a regional administrator, which is currently what is obtaining. And for purposes of chapter 13, the chiefs shall be under the general oversight of the Ministry for Local Governments and their welfare with regards to their role in the local government. The purposes of local government is for service delivery and development. The Constitution of Local Governments shall be through legislation enacted by Parliament to spell out all operations of local government. Angichazela nabekunene ekutheneni akusho lokuthi if boba betikhulu bataba under the general oversight of the ministry kusho ukuthi ministry ibaphethe bobabe. No, let me make it clear. Ngikhulumela in terms of kusebenzisana nekuthi ke ake ngibekise boba betikhulu, we represent boba betikhulu in court thina as an office as mandated by the constitution. Kuyendeka kwanze kusi case yababe sikhulu akahambi kahle enkantolo. Kuloko ke nangabe ingakahambi kahle yasathathela emakhosi noma yasathathela lokho lesathathela kona siyaye bese asiyikuba beshifu siyaye bese siya etikweni letinkhundla ngoba sathi kusibobabe ngulapho khona kumbe litiko lecishe lelingiyo lene oversight yabo bobabe generally for welfare yabo generally for hayi kusi sebaphethe litiko. I want to emphasize on that ngoba kungavakala ngasi sibobabe sesiphethe etinkhundleni kana sikaphathwa etinkhundleni si bobabe babika directly enkosini engwenyameni noma ke kulawo mabandla ingwenyama lewathumile. In conclusion, we wish to say that during the recent Sibaya, the one of 2018 and the one in 2023, it was clearly pronounced and emphasized that it's high time that issues that hinder effective service delivery be addressed once and for all. His Majesty, in his closing remarks, gave a policy directive that government must work with great speed to see to it that the Tinkhundla areas are governed through a clear policy and legislation that will enhance service delivery and development and bring the government closer to at the grassroots level. It is in this spirit that we are all gathered here today to actually comply with the Constitution and also to take heed of what was said at Sibaya and also the command of His Majesty in furthering the aspirations of our nation. That will be the end of our presentation on Chapter 13 of the Constitution. I'm not sure, I wasn't told if there'll be questions that I will take, but at this juncture, I think I should stop. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Ndungwa for the presentation lo sendele yona. Siqolise nje ukuthi le microphone holder isuke yalahleka seyitholakala egcineni our sincere apologies on that regard. The AG ubute ukuthi ema questions akhona yini asisho ukuthi nasenda ema logistics sicele ukuthi banibekele emaphepha la ematafuleni batawa distributor shortly sendele ukuthi sibhale lama questions ethu sitohlala sinawo labakha lo mthetho batawabuka lama questions kutosi guide sisakha lo mthetho bantfu ke nabakuvile ukhuluma kuyaye kube kuhle ukuthi ubanike lelo thuba lekuthi babute labakubutako ngekuthi sibanjwe isikhathi allow only 3 questions on this topic stokhona ku move to the next topic. I have been a presiding officer at the Council of Mbabane. When you pose a question and there's no response, you consider because everything is well.
Siyanvusela bekunene ngingwilton Jazi wakamamba ngisuka lapha esiphocosini Tinkhundla ngiyinduna enkundla. Siyabonga mngani wemakhosi i-presentation yakho. Siphinze futhi sibonge nelitiko letinkhundla. Kuyabonakala ukuthi lo msebenzi has been well thought out. Lona wetinkhundla local government bill. Bekunene kungete kwaba kuhleke ngoba ngiyeva at least 2 speakers bathe sinelicala sonke ekuthenini lo mthetho kuthi kanzi constitution yelive yaqala kusebenza nga2005 kodwa lo mthetho lo operationalizer ema local governments lokuthi inkhundla uphinde uharmonize nema urban governments lokuma town councils and city councils solo ka usebenzi. Bekunene kuyakube kuhle ke ukuthi bese kuyaphenywa lokuthi yini lebeyibambela umsebenzi. So nginga challenge the authorities labuke lo msebenzi lokuthi akuphenywe bekunene ukuthi live lingabambeleleka 20 years saze sakhetha sageja ne first world status. Now ubuka lo mthetho uyabonakala lokuthi ngona bokufanele susimixe ku first world kodwa kwagcina kungendeki lokho. Kungaba kuhle ukuthi umhlaba wadi bekunene. Umbuto wegcina mngani wemakhosi kungaba kwekuthi sewubuka lo msebenzi ungabe vele have we sat down to figure out what it would take in terms of emalangeni and sense to roll out lo mthetho lomusha. Nekwekuthi ke how long might it take? Would it be during my lifetime as induna enkundla lephela nga 2028 la khona sesitabe sinawo lo mthetho? Ngosi siyabonga.
Angibonge lo sesihlalweni. Cha mina ngifuna kuchazeleka la ngiyakuthola lokuthi the local government itakubambisana njani. Mane ngilahleka lokuthi phela idolobha landzela lekuboshifu kuye bese ke kujutshwa umncele ukuthi le boundary le seyianda lidolobha. Ngifuna kuva ke irole yashifu ukuthi so ungena siphike lapho nasangale edolobheni nalingangeweda sa.
Asibonge kulo phethe uhlelo. Cha sibonga kakhulu lesikufunzile ku Attorney General. Kumbe umbuto wami usekutheni kule local governance ngoma siyeva lokusise Tinkhundleni ingabe kule authority noma kule committee yabo chief ngiyona yini committee lenkulu in terms of local governance. Ngifuna kuva lokho ukuthi kumbe ngoma sike safundziswa leka RA asicala ukufunza ngale local governance kwangathi kutaba ne committee yetikhulu enkundleni. Ngibuka ke ukuthi dona letikhulu kumbe engcenye is a higher committee. Ngifuna kuva ku AG kulokunye ke lengingakubuta lokuthi ngoma phela vele ayasebenza lama system but nyalo sikhuluma lokuthi kube nemthetho but already kuyasebenza because the live likasebenza without constitution lisebenza nanyalo ke asebenza lokuthi kudeni lokungentiwa lokungaba i short term kumbe in terms of resources because nangivanya longathi kutaba nema resources nyalo letikhulu tisebenza without any resources. Lokwenda ke ukuthi kulokunye kuvakale kabi ungathi tikhulu setifuna imali yesitembu tifuna yani because atitholi ma type atitholi titem whereas kuhulumende labanye bayakuthola leto tinsita tekusita abantu ngoba umuntu nje nakafuna ubufakazi la yakhona esikhulweni kufuna umbhalele kube ne type kuthi kumbe kuyikhona i short term because umthetho wakho umthetho akusilula nale parliament usayodzingidwa uye kulenye indlu uye solo silalele uya kulenye indlu enxe kuphindze kuthiwa yo consultwa back ugcine uphasile kuthi ingabe kudeni lokungendeka in the meantime kusita lololunye hlelo because we are a dual system lele traditional structure nayisebenda nayo kube some sort of ema resources. Ngiyabonga.
Asenivusele bakangwane. Sibonga ukuthola leli thuba. Ngisipho kaDlamini sibongo sami. Siyabonga lokhu lesikwethulelwa ngu-AG la. Lokuchaza lokho ukuthi lo chapter 13 ukhuluma ngani kanjani ukuthi emandla etikhulu akana uphakulwa ngilo msebenzi lodwako. Kwekuqala nje bengicela lokho ukuthi nakulungiswa le ndlela yokusebenza le tihole letikhulu bekunene. Kwekuqala lokho khona kutokhona lokho ukuthi tindzaba letinengi lethi khamka setikhuluma ngalendzaba nje naye lekhulunywa ngumntwana enkosi lapha etitembu ukuthi itembu ini kungabi ngema issues lawo ngoba phela siyawabona labanye bobabe boshifu baba appointa etigabeni letithi 10 bese kuthi laba nga appointwa bangatholi lutho kanti bayahola labo zakabo ngale. So akube khona indlela ayibe khona indlela yokuthi bobabe boshifu bakhona ukuthola laba ngakuthola njalo ngenyanga. Bese sengidakuna indzaba yale constitution. Ngiyasiva le spirit salo chapter 13. But then kuna indzaba yalaba khubatekile babe AG. Lokuthi live lisayina i-convention yemalungelo abantu abakhubatekile nga 2007 which was after the promulgation of the constitution nga 2005 ya rectify again nga 2012 the convention. Now my question is the signage yale convention to in aligning with the constitution ikuphi leyo ndlela letaba khona letawakheka lokuthi yendele ukuthi sikhona lokungena lula lapha ngale convention lechamuke ngemuva kwe promulgation yale constitution. Then bese sengibuya lokho ukuthi ngicela lokho ukuthi nangabe sesifikile kulesigaba ngoba phela nyalo kuthiwa kune draft draft lokwanyana le khona yalo msebenzi lomkhulu kangaka. Bengicela ukuthi lendzaba ye disability through le Disability Act of 2018 ikhone lokho ukuthi ialign nalo msebenzi nale program letawakheka yekumikisa uhulumende le kuma grassroots. Ngicabanga ukuthi lapho ngilapha itakhona kucala khona kahle lendzaba yale involvement yebantu labakhubatekile kulokwanyana ekusebenzeni noma ngayiphi indlela ekubambisaneni ukuthi i-economy yelive ikhona ukuthuthuka. Bengicela ke lokho ukuthi kumane kube kumphako lokhu nakusetshenzwa lo msebenzi lo ibuko lendzaba yabantu abakhubatekile ukuthi bakhona labantu abakhubatekile sekunemthetho lokukhuluma ngabo uthi ababe khona kuwo onke ema settings la khona even. So ngiyacela ukuthi kumane ngiphathise lapho bakangwane. Ngozi
sibonga bekunene le mibuto lesechamukile. Wekucala umbuto uchamuke kuWilton Mamba indvuna yenkundla sesiphoqosini. Siubonge lo mbuto Wilton wekucala usite noma ke bekusiphathisa yini ukuthi akinvestigate ukuthi le delay operationalizing lo chapter 13 ibangwe yini kuze singacomply ne constitution. Cha Mfuleni ngicabanga ukuthi sivele basiloko stimvo singene kungako nje besa sicalela ekutheneni asesialela ama fears ngoba sivile lokuthi la ngaphandle umoya uyashaya ukuthi kukhona lokuthi inunu le lo chapter 13. Therefore ngicabanga sinendvuna yaseTinkhundleni ke yasho nje ukuthi bekunensinze ekuphaseni lo mthetho lensinze ke ibangwa ngiko lokuthi sifuna kuze sive kahle lokuthi ingabe angeke yini lokhu kusigcina sekusifaka etinkingeni singemaswati. Siyayibonga nje nale boldness yendvuna yeTinkhundla ukuthi ivele ebamba ngetimpondvo yagijima nayo kepha nje sola ukuthi vele ngilokuthi beyisengazingeni la emthanjeni ukuthi yinvo lena lekufanele yendeke and ngeke upset structure lesikhona lesinaso eveni traditional. Uphinze wangibuta ke uphinze wangibuta wamamba kusaneni ingabe i-turnaround time itsini kutawendeka yini ngesikhathi sakhe asekhona asendvuna yenkundla yasesiphocosini. Ngicela kumashorisha umhlonishwa noma ngisawakhumbule ama timelines but kuthi kutawendeka during this administration lo shothi kufanele kwendeke usesekhona umhlonishwa ehhovisi kepha ke ama timelines la specific akhona sekhona ama timelines lalungisiwe kusindvuna yetinkundla nalelo committee bajinge babuye cabinet nemsebenzi so kutawendeka in this current administration usekhona umhlonishwa. Lo munye lobute umbuto kube ngasakadisho ligama noma kumba ngimkhumbuli yini kepha ke ubute umbuto naye lo philako lothi ingabe yini irole yababa esikhulu nangabe indzawo seyichinja seyidolobha. Angichaze kanje lo mbuto ngoba lo mbuto lona ungachamuki ingazuthi ku-operationalizer chapter 13 kutofaka lidolobha kuba beshifu emadolobha nje solokuyendeka kuthi ichanze kuthi ocha lana selidolobha lana selidolobha kude lokunjinjile la bekumadolobha khona la vele bekune intention yokuthi abalidolobha khona kutawuchubeka kwendekelo lokwendekako but asinga iview le operationalization yalo chapter 13 ngazi ukuthi sekutawugijinywa kuso cha la kuselidolobha kutawudevelope le rural area ifana nemadolobha ngoba sine ngazi ukuthi lamakhaya kufanele sambe kugravel lamakhaya kufanele sibe infrastructure lamakhaya kufanele singakhona kuba nema services ngithatha ipassport lapha la ngala ezulwini endlungulu kune passport kusase ama passport la ngendazi wafola lama services kepha solo indzawo yababa esikhulu solo rural area kepha ke lobe kwendeka itolo mabe bese kubonakala kube lidolobha kuyachubeka nje kwendeke lobe kwendeka itolo kepha lama services la fola emadolobheni sisatfola semakhaya aswatfola kuma rural areas lama services latfolakala edolobheni but akusho ukuthi lokho sesithi cha sesifuna vele kwenda lidolobha akusiyo ilowanyana what is envisioned kule section lesikhulumisako lomhla wena kunene. Bese ubuta umbuto wekuthi kuneli committee labo chief leke lavakala kuma consultations kusitaba ngelesetulu yini kune draft kwanyalo namhla sikhulumisa lo mthetho sikhulumisa chapter 13 kepha ke phela lama consultations atawendiwa njengoba nje ema consultation legislative process athi sicala letikweni nelitiko naye libe nema consultations alo nabo babe nesive nalabo siphinde separlamente neparlamente iphinde yente ama consultations ayo lokhu nje lokusuggestako nangabe bobabe bona beva ukuthi cha sine nasi sifuna committee level libe represented nguletinfo letawukhulunyiswa kuma consultations kubonakala lokuthi siyatifaka yini noma sitifake so leni khulumako nje la sesiqalile sibuyabona ukuthi cha kukhona lokunye lekufanele sikufake emgodlagodleni ibandla lekufaka emgodlagodleni liyokubuka ukuthi sasebenzela yini noma ngeke kusebenzele ngithi nje mhlambe i-take home leyo mhlonishwa la uhleli khona ngikhohlwe igama lakho but that take home kuthi cha kulama consultations makuvela ndzaba njengale yathi nakeke sitithathe sitibuke ukuthi awusetshenzwa dingasebenzeka kanjani ngoba vele kusafuneka ukuthi libandla likhulumisane lijinge kubanjiswana. Chapter rather there's another question lechamgile ema resources for a short term kusina ngaba nema resources for a short term etinkundleni boba bebo chief nabo bathola angicabanga ukuthi balitiko liyeva singajabula vele ukuthi sinakekeleke kube khona sicosha sibo babe boba bakafanele badle lidzaka uyibona kahle baswami bese kuthi ke Sipho Dlamini ngisipho yini kambe usi bobaba babhadi nguyena lo sibaba babhadalwe awu siphuteka yona bese kuba ke ukhuluma ngendaba yalaba khubatekile. Cha laba khubatekile they are protected nabo in terms of the constitution. I'm happy nje ukuthi DPM baclose enhlitweni yakhe and even speech sakhe she made reference to them. Laba differently abled and they get a protection in terms of section 30 where constitution nangakufunzela nje ukuthi persons with disabilities have a right to respect and human dignity, and the government and society shall take appropriate measures to ensure that those persons realize their full mental and physical potential. Parliament shall enact laws for the protection of persons with disabilities so as to enable those persons to enjoy productive and fulfilling lives. So banayo the protection kufune nje uhulumende ukuthi njengoba kunaka nje aqhubeka abanake aqhubeka akunake. We believe we are okay with the provisions of the convention that has been referred to. Ngicabanga ukuthi ngilawo ama questions sengiwa-exhaustile ama questions MC. Thank you.
Ngiboneke tandla letimbili. Ngiboneke tandla letimbili le ngicela ukuthi ngithi recognize. Ngibone isandla etafuleni labo RA, ngabona isandla etafuleni labo babe ngoba bakhuluma bamele lawo ma portfolio ungako bangengama.
Angibonge lo sesihlalweni. Ngibonge ne presentation ya babe AG. Libito lami ngusicunusa ngithi kungalamangayani. Nami ngithi ngisabuka lo mthetho ngujabulela. Umthetho lo mhle kangaka. Ngiyabona ukuthi development cha sesitayibona. But nje kunembuto lenginawo ukuthi kune Swaziland administration order. Lengivungaza ukuthi mina it has to go hand in hand with this one. Because angeke ukhone kusebenta tindzaba leti njengaleti ude lithulusi lekusebenta. Kusebenta nebantu kudzinga kube nemthetho lotakuguide ukuthi nakwenteke lokhu utakusebenta kanje. Nakwenteke lokhu utakusebenta kanje. Bengingacela endlini lehloniphekile ukuthi babe AG amana asisite kulolo hlangothi ngoba siyite thini instrument yekusebenta nalesive lemva in case nasekukhona inkinga lekhona ngiko nasetinkantolo sigcina siluze amacala ngoba kudelele sikuphethe kaninyalo sakho umthetho bekungaba njani lokusimane kuhlanganiswe mane kuphase kanye sitokhona ukuthi sisebenta kahle sekusmooth. I thank you.
Angibonge lesihlalweni nelibandla lonke ngifuna ukuthatha nje iadvantage ukuthi sinababe AG asikhanyisele nje lokuncane lokusalako sitohamba kanye sonke. Ngibonga lethuba ke losesihlalweni babe AG ngicabanga ukuthi ungasikhanyisela nje kwekuthi i-level lelandzelako from central government nguyiphi. Nekwati kwami ngicabanga ukuthi kune regional kunema regions but solo sifikile la kulelwanyana there is no mention ima regions ukuthi wona asala kuphi kunase kukhulunywa ngetinkhundla. We believe ukuthi tinkhundla ti level yesithathu uma ubuka lama level e government but nyalo tinkhundla yebo ke kusho I constitution awusosihlanganisele nje ukuthi iconnecta njani kanye nema regions singasali ngemuva. Ngiyabonga che.
Sibonga umbuto kulalaba botile. Kumbe ngicala ngembuto wababe chief Mndangeni chief Sicunusa lo sithe kumbuto wasakuphathisa uyamphathisa Attorney General uthi engabe bengade kwalunga yini ukuthi Eswatini administration order naye ube sekhathi iphase kanye kwathi sephela kusiyagcina leya ya 1998 isethe assigned. Ngicabanga ukuthi it's a very fair observation, Baba Chief, and also perhaps to explain briefly the legislative process ukuthi siyasigijima nayo thina siyaye iqala etiko etiko ke kutabala in this case itiko letinkhundla leliyaye lisinike concept note lisinike policy so that we can formulate the legislation ummeli act on instructions a client wakhe njengoba nathi nje ukuthi matiko onke lawa ma clients akhe attorney general kepha ukuze sigijime thine angibekise nebill lekhulumisa mhlambe demaphoyisa kufuna sigijime kube kuleyo ministry le consent ukuze sigijime nebill yaka lekhulumisa litiko la health health bill kufune the concept note icale kulelitiko la health in this case ke si ready imhlonishwa ngicabanga ukuthi uyaliphasisa litiko la Tinkhundla ukuthi bobabe sehleli kakhulu kude Eswatini Administration Act baningi bobabe labahle ba commenta ngayo ukuthi mhlambe iyadzingeka vele ibe khona, so it's a valid observation. Ngicubeke ngiye ku babe rather ku RA Themba Msibi waselibonjeni ukhala ukuthi mana ka declaration ukuthi kepha vele RA bamshilo ukuthi RA ngiko nje akhala ngabo RA kusakabonakala bo RA la bayabonakala mhlonishwa bo RA kepha ke what was speaking to now is what is provided for in the constitution. Bengeke bese ngiyatakhela ngiyabapha bo RA noma ke ngibanike amandla labanganika nikwa wona ngumthetho osisekela until we amend umthetho osisekela. Kepha ke ngamashorisha ukuthi ngoba phela nyala sikhulumisa umthetho nyala it's still a proposed legislation nyalo sikhulumisa chapter 13 so ngendeka kube RA will feature prominently in the specific legislation, but kule constitution kude RA mina ngiage ngeke nje bese ngithi ocha RA ngimnike amandla langanikwa wona constitution kwanyalo ngikhuluma ngale ninikwe wona yi constitution emhlonishwa RA. Siyabonga
bantu benkosi bobabe tikhulu emabandla ekweluleka bukhosi, the acting Prime Minister in the person of the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister Mage Tulsile Dladla, indvuna yaka Tinkhundla Mhlonishwa Sikhumbuzo Dlamini, indvuna etemadolobha indvuna Mhlonishwa Apollo Maphalala, His Royal Highness Major General Umbanenkosi Simelane, lo indvuna elitiko laga Justice and Constitutional Affairs, His Royal Highness Chief Chamoka VI from the Republic of Zambia and his delegation, Your Excellency Governor Francis Irungu Kangata from the Republic of Kenya and his delegation, Professor Kwamina Ahoy and Dr. Francis Adams from the Republic of Ghana, Professor Ndangwa Noyo, honorable members of both Houses of Parliament, excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps and development partners, the Learned Attorney General, regional administrators, mayors and councillors, CEOs and captains of industries, Tinkhundla, Tinkhundla, Nepkopo, esteemed presenters and panelists, distinguished participants, fellow citizens of the Kingdom of Eswatini, those joining us via digital platforms, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate, ngicela kunibingelela nonke emini egameni lika Jesu. Ngicela kuqala ngikubonga yona imbubo emhlaba yekunene kuthi ikukhanze kukuhle kuphindze kufanele nayilalela sivesayo yekunene Esibayeni lapho khona besibeka ludzaba loluhlukile eMaswati akhulumisana basho ukuthi badzinga lusito lufike nasemakhaya bangasileli ngemuva sithi tsinzile tindvuna tsinza Mage Deputy Prime Minister watsinza babe the Learned Attorney General asho naye ukuthi vele sive sidzinga lona losito. Wekunene wakuva ukukhala kwesive sakhe wasuthuma uhulumende wakhe. Athume uhulumende wakhe kwakhanza ukuthi uhulumende uve imbube yemhlaba nayikhuluma ngangwe. Wekunene uhulumende wakhe wasukumela etulo njengoba sihlangene namuhla lapho khona sesitobuketa nangu umthetho lokhulumisana nekuthi naku lokubekwe ngumthetho sisekelo ukuthi uhulumende akafike esiveni akafike kubantu. Ngithi ngendlule lapho ngitibongele kuwe makhosi elive ngibonge nakuye uhulumende. Sibonge indvuna yaka Tinkhundla nendvuna yaka housing nato tindvuna mntwana ngosimelane sivile Nkosi ninendvuna gina ukuthi nibambene navele nathunywa ukuthi gijimani. Sibonga ukuthi bathole emajaha la gijimako la ngangani mntwana ngosimelane. Dlamini wekunene ngithi ngendlulise kubonga kuye uhulumende wembube sengishito njalo. Ngivumeleni Maswati lamahle ngikhulume lokusuka enhlitweni yami ngabese ngiyakufunza inkulumo lengidayikhuluma ngibeke ngesingisimane. Sihlangane lapha sitobuketa umthetho lo ithi constitution lo chapter 13 lebesifundiswa ingcwedi yemthetho kuthi kufuneka kube nayinye isystem ye local government kungabi umthetho wemadolobha kuphathwa kwamadolobha nekuphathwa kwemimango. Isuka phi lenzaba lokuthi letinto tihambe tikhweshelana. Iqala kusenenkosi yethu uMbandzeni leyabusa nga 1872 kuya ku 1889. Nayibusa yekunene kuba nemhlangano lomkhulu lobanjwako loba seBerlin nga 1884 kuya ku 1885. Lo mhlangano lobanjwako eBerlin ubitwa ngemave alabamhlophe bayahlala etafuleni naku lesikubita ngekuthi Berlin Conference. Iholwa ngu-Otto von Bismarck lobeka ngenaphethe iJalimani. Bahlala etafuleni bendlala imap yeAfrika. Sebayendlalile le map bayakhulumisana. Bayahlephulelana. Kuthi mina ngingathatha ngala, mina ngingathatha ngala. Labanye ngibekise bakubo Belgium bakhetha iCongo ngoba batile ukuthi kunemcebo lotsite. Labanye bakhetha emave bahlephulelana la ngekhathi akhona lamave akhona sikhona lesive akhona emakhosi ethu. Bayahlephulelana babona umnotho. Nase bahlephulelene sengilona uyati ukuthi oh kwami ngila sebeta ke next salo iAfrika bayiphatha nje inemakhosi. La kangwane Maswati lamahle bukhosi bayo balo lelive bungetulu kwa 400 weminyaka. Solo sinemakhosi. Ngitsinza nje enkosini Mbandzeni ngoba ngila khona kwafika khona laba labeda bathi sebafuna kubusa emave aseAfrika. Koja bekavela khona emakhosi ethu emuva la icala khona. Awu iqala colonialism lokuthi bete impela labamhlophe. Ngifuna ukuchazela liswati lelisekhaya. Ngoba siye siyikhethulu sigijime netindwe lesingadadi sithi isukaphi. Kube selapho sebayeta manje sebatobusa ke Africa ngetindlela tabo. Beta nemasiko abo, beta netindlela tabo tekubusa. Thine bakangwane ke asibanga colonize abayi protectorate. Emave lamaningi acolonizwa. Nabafika kangwane kufika emangisi afika nemithetho yawo ayakhetha ukuthi wo thina sitawufuna nathi indzawo nathi lesitawudenda sibeke nebantu labatawu sebenta khona lenkosi yethu bangamukeli ukuthi inkosi bathi ngiparamount chief ngoba phela ngeke bathi inkosi ngoba bona banenkosi yabo yemangisi bathi khanza ukuthi ngeke bese bathi umlomnyama uyinkosi ngoba baphethwe bona banenkosi yabo.
kuthi tekusenjalo kwakheka tindzawo temadolobha batilungiselela kahle phela ukuthi kutophatheka kahle ngulapho ke la iqala khona lendzaba yekuthi kuhambe inhlelo letimbili luhlelo lokuphathwa kwemadolobha neluhlelo lwangala lokuphathwa kwesive sasemakhaya. Inkosi Sobhuza emva kwa Second World War nga 1955 wekunene wathi ubuka sive sakhe wabona ukuthi ungathi eMaswati angekuhlupheka le makhaya waso uyahlala nemadoda lebaka ayahembini ngaleto tikhathi bahlanganisa babuka kuthi hayi ungathi lela kithi lingaphatheka kahle ngetinkhundla inhlitiyo yakhe yayisekutheni akuthuthukwe nale makhaya kulingise nakula kubonako lapha emadolobheni. Kwathi ngekuhamba kweminyaka kwagcina vele sesiyakhiwe le system yethu yetinkhundla. Ngithi nje ngilandze kancane loyo mlando. So lo dichotomy lesikukhuluma ngayo isuka ekutheni besiphethwe ngulaba betanako bathi bona bafuna kuba ngalapha thina sathi khanza sisele lapha lokukhulukade lobekubanga ubuhlungu kwaba ngilokusilela kwesive seMaswati bese bona badla timvuthuluka phase ematafula kanzi laba lasebafikile eveni labo sebadla imbela kusale beta ke labaningi kangwane batawukhumbula kunalaba phethe umlando lomningi lapha bobabe labata ukhuluma bebeta bathi batokhothisa bathi nje bafuna kulima koja kwagcina sekujikiswa lokuningi jikiswa sekubange kwabo lokunye kwakujikiswa angayiteka attorney general kwagcina sekuboshwa inkosi yethu gcina sekufuneka ayokuma eParliament ayokuma etinkantolo temangisi ngendvo yethu eveni lethu lokungekwethu ngesikufike kwathathwa sikhona sila ngekhathi eveni cha angendlule eMaswati lamahle ngisho ngithi iqala lapho lendzaba siyahamba siyamthola Masibuse nga 1967 kuyashiwo nga 1968 ukuthi sesinendiphethe siyayithola indiphethe siyajabula singeMaswati ukuthi nayi indiphethe sesiyitholile kepha indiphethe sesiyitholile sinikwa libhuku i-constitution yemangisi ningeMaswati nindawathi ukuthi i-constitution ikhulunyiswa ngulesive sisho ukuthi sitawuphatheka kanjani sifuna kusebenta kanjani thina kepha ke ngalo 1968 sanikwa yona yemangisi i-constitution kwakhanza ukuthi nasekusetshenzwa iParliament isebenta leso sikhathi hulumende asebenta ngaleso sikhathi attorney general beka ngilomhlophe ku Mr Cohen eMaswati aseParliament athi ungathi kude la sitawu yakhona sinikiwe ukuthi nayi indiphethe koja kude lele sikuphethe asikhoni ngisho nekuthi Sunday services afike kubantu bethu bese iphethe ngeligama lendvo koja kude kukhuleka lebe singiko eMaswati ase ngeParliament athi akuyiwe enkosini bayicele kunene ukuthi awu sicela kubonga naku lesinikwe kona kuze ke kudalwe nango 1973 decree mina ngingasho ngebuncane bami nangebudzala bami kuthi ngilapho impela eMaswati angatsakhululeka khona lana sataba nekwawo manje ngoba waripilwa 1973 decree kwathiwa asesekubekwe eceleni sekubukwe ukuthi awuhamba eMaswati atabe sayadakhela njengoba namhla sikhuluma ngeconstitution leyakhiwa ngeMaswati akhulunyiswe velonke asho athi sifuna kuphathwa kanje awu angeke kutofundzisa abakhona tikhona tinjula bucopho leti tawuteka leyo mne nje nginenhlitiyo yokuthi ngifisa lomusha losekhaya loye aphakamisele live elidolo athi nangu 1973 ngekuthi bekubekwe iconstitution yemangisi eceleni kufuneka live letiphatse liqale libuse ngendlela yalo kufuna sicaphele singeMaswati kuthi mhlawumbe solo bayasibusa basibusa ngekusebenzisa thina la ngekhathi kuthi kasiphambane nelive lethu ngoba phela nabangena kulamave lamanye lebeka nemakhosi basebenzisa kona lokho bebasebenzisa laba la ngekhathi kuthi abavukele lamakhosi abawavukela vele kwagcina namuhla singemaswati siyadibongela kuthi we still have because nabo lobudze lobudzala kakhulu emavela amaningi eAfrica sekwabalivela kancane bonke netivakashi letikhona la nasikhuluma ngemavabo sithi republic lokusho ukuthi bathatha ubukhosi kani bakhona emakhosi akhona kodwa sekwagucuka kwaba bantu nje ke akusasiwo lamakhosi labeka bekiwe ngithi ngendlule lapho Maswati lamahle ngisho ngithi ngiyengibuke ngibone eMaswati azathatha udelegele 1973 degree ngithi bute ukuthi philo tawufundisa eMaswati awatshele ukuthi bekwendekani kwasuka leParliament yashulungana yaya enkosini yathi wena wekunene asikhoni lento ngeke live lephambili ngoba uyanikwa inkululeko keja kuthi we noma ngase ngikunikele ojawuta ushaya situngele edane ulingise inja ifuna kulala shaya isitungele edane kubede lokhona kokuzuza kubede lokhona kokuthola ngingasho ukuthi nawubuka lela kangwane nawubuka nali live impela lakhile lithuthukile lisathuthuka futhi liya embili awu bengendlula nje lapho Maswati sengicela ukukhuluma lenkulumo lengide kuyo sengicela ukukhuluma lenkulumo ke nyalo sizathu Maswati lamahle ngicele ngemlandvo lokunye lokwendekile ngekuthi sithunjwe ngemave alabamhlophe ende sangawuthanza umlandvo wethu sangadithanzi sisive seAfrika leAfrika ulibona lijabula nalihleli nalomhlophe lomhlophe angaphumelela kodwa lomnyama waphumelela kuthiwa ugangile uyithethephe le mali kuthiwa icorruption ngisengaka sengive ngisho linye eliswati lithi nalibona umlungu adlondlobala noma libona lo netinwele lichelelako adlondlobala lithi corruption ngoja kwaba ngilomnyama emkhathini wethu la say corruption iqalaphi ke lendzaba ngivumeleni ngitsinze kancane nje ke iqalaphi ke lendzaba iqala ngabo 1870 something America kune liphepha lelabhalwa ngulenye indvodza athi the making of a slave nakayibhala wenda liphepha wakha liphepha lokuthi singatigcina kanjani letigqila tiqhubeka tisebentela iminyaka leminingi it was during the time of the slave trade bhala ke liphepha uyasho uthi wo laba singakhona kubagcina ngaleli phepha lengilendako singakhona kubathumba for the next 300 years ngekubathumba tingcondo tabo uthi bendeni bangathembani bendani kwasetshenziswa idistrust ungathi asengibekisi iAfrica Free Continental Free Trade Area kusebenzisana kweAfrica ngekuthengiselana kungumsebenzi leni asethembani singema Africa kulula ukuthi usuke uyothengisa ngesheya kunethi ufuna ukuthengisela iAfrica ngithengisela lenotwana yakhiwa lento kwaprogramwa lengcondo kwathiwa inani ngabavumeli bangabi netitolo tabo abasebenzela kini batothenga kuleteni titolo abafunze keja lemfundo lesibanika yona ayibende ukuthi babe bajatshuliswe ukuthi ngithi ungishofa ungidriver ngikuthi ngikubita ngeligama lelitsite usebentela mina emaswati abevela kusebentela namuhla sinenkinga inkinga yini sithi kude imsebenzi ngoba imfundo yethu beyakha umuntu lekufuneka ayofuna umsebenzi beyingakhi umlokufuna timele bayakha ke lendvo nasitawuthuthuka maswati siye endzaweni letsite ifuna siqale ngekuthi silungise tingqondo tethu. There has to be a mindset shift. Kufuneka sithi tsanze thine sebuthanze buve bethu sitiqhenye ngebukhosi bethu. Ungathi utawudzebesela bukhosi bakho ulangadelele longakwati nekuthi kwakuphi abakufuni nalela uthi ulangadelela khona. Lena bakufunela ukuthi utoba ngumsindvo ngala khona kunganokwakheka ngoba nakunemsindo live alithuthuki. I stand before you today with both humility and profound reverence for the weight of this moment as we gather to deliberate on the future of local governance in our beloved kingdom. We do so not as strangers to history, but as heirs to a long and sacred journey. A journey that stretches back to the reign of King Banzeni from 1872 to 1889. One may wonder why I start from King Banzeni when we have a dynasty of over 400 years of kingship. It was during King Banzeni's era, in a time of great global shifts, that Eswatini began its complex engagement with foreign powers, entering into agreements and concessions that will shape the territorial, administrative, and political framework of our kingdom. The seeds of duality, the coexistence of indigenous governance and imported administrative structures were planted in those years, setting in motion a dichotomy that still echoes in our governance today. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, long before the language of local government was introduced, Eswatini practiced participatory governance in its most authentic form. The system conceived by our forefathers, guided by our monarchs, and nurtured through our chieftaincies is not an abstract theory, but a lived reality for generations. It is undoubtedly a heritage of ancient wisdom from the nation's forefathers who were inspired by the undefiled values that defined the concept of inclusive community and leadership. These values guarantee unity, respect, accountability, dignity, and self-determination for all people, regardless of individual background and circumstance. This is what set us apart as Africans in general and Eswatini in particular. The challenge has been, how do we integrate these all-important values within modern society that is heavily influenced and for the most part dictated to by our unavoidable existence within the global village? Alongside this deeply rooted system emerged the parallel structures of urban local government, foreign in origin, yet increasingly entrenched as our nation modernized. Two systems existing side by side, but often disconnected in law and practice. This is the urban-rural dichotomy that we are convened here today to resolve, not by erasing either, but by harmonizing both into a single integrated system that reflects our identity and serves the needs of every Liswati. Excellencies, when His Majesty King Mswati III, under divine guidance and national wisdom, ushered in the Constitution of the Kingdom of Eswatini in 2005, after much consultation, Chapter 13 spoke remarkably clear that Parliament shall provide for the establishment of a single countrywide system of local government, which is based on the Tinkhundla system, hierarchically organized according to the volume or complexity of service rendered and integrated so as to avoid the urban-rural dichotomy, as the learned AG has been teaching us about it. For nearly 2 decades, successive efforts have been made to give legislative expression to this constitutional directive. The complexity of our unique governance philosophy, blending modern administrative frameworks with deeply entrenched cultural systems, has demanded both patience and discernment. Today, we do not begin, but we continue. We continue the journey that King Mbandzeni initiated. We continue the vision that King Mswati II defended, and we fulfill the mandate entrusted to us under the reign of His Majesty King Mswati III. Our task now is to craft a legislative framework that continues to unify these parallel systems into one coherent structure, not importing foreign models, but elevating the best of who we are as Emaswati and Africans. We must legislate for a governance system that recognizes and protects the sacred role of traditional leadership as the custodians of our culture, our land, and social harmony. A governance system that empowers Tinkhundla areas and urban local government to operate within a single coordinated framework of local governance where Noli Swati is left underserved because of geographical location. That governance system must provide the financial architecture to match responsibility with resources, ensuring that decentralization is not merely symbolic, but effective and sustainable. It must ensure that women, the youth, persons with disabilities, and every marginalized group are full participants in the governance of their communities. And finally, this governance system must uphold service delivery, transparency, and accountability as the measure of every institution that serves our people. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let us be reminded, local government is not about bureaucracies or buildings, but it is about proximity to the people. It is the level of government that touches lives most directly. The legislation we are called to develop is not for the comfort of politicians and officials, but for the dignity of our people. For a mother in a rural chiefdom seeking health care, for a youth in an urban township seeking employment, for a farmer seeking access to markets, for a child seeking quality education, our work must serve them all equally, whether they live under a chiefdom or urban local government. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, none of this will be possible without political courage and financial commitment. I commend the Minister for Tinkhundla and Tinkhundla Development and the Minister of Housing and Urban Development for showing this political courage. The passage of legislation is not an end, it is only the beginning. It must be matched by political unity across government branches, traditional leadership, and local councils. Robust financial investment to empower local authorities to fulfill their mandate. And sustained institutional capacity building to ensure that new systems do not collapse under the weight of their own ambition. We must move forward as a nation, united in vision, committed in action, and anchored in the wisdom of our traditions. As Senate President, I stand before you not simply as a presiding officer of the upper house, but as a custodian of constitutional responsibility. I pledge that the Senate, or should I say Parliament, will tackle this responsibility of legislating not as a routine task of passing laws, but as a solemn duty to shape the future governance of Eswatini for generations to come. We shall work hand in hand with His Majesty's government, the House of Assembly led by the very able Honorable Speaker, Jabulani Mabuza, the traditional leadership in all sectors of society to ensure that the local government bill reflects both the spirit of our constitution and the soul of our kingdom. Let us rise to this moment with the wisdom of our ancestors and the courage of our convictions. Let history record that it was in our time that Eswatini achieved the full unity of its governance system, blending tradition and modernity, unity and diversity, past and future, into one strong sovereign kingdom. We are one nation. We shall have one system of local government anchored in Tinkhundla, grounded in our history, prepared for our future. I thank you for your kind attention.
And Pastor Lindiwe Dlamini lose asithulele i-topic yakhe lakayisho kahle kakhulu. Wasilandzisa ukuthi sibuya kuphi, waphindze wasinxusa ukuthi asibambaneni sakhe kwethu lokutawusenda ukuthi kuye embili bohulumende lesibakhako sibasekele kube bede lesimnyathelako kodwa sisekelane siyithunge into yethu ibe yinhle kube silulu lesihle lesitawutalela emaqanza lesitawadla sonke. Bongosi sicela ukuthi nangenda njalo nje bengichecka imibuto ngiyabona ukuthi kude imibuto umbuto munye and questions are closed. Siyabonga. Sicela nike babe ngicela uhlole lapho Ndlondlo ukuthi le mic lesembi kwakho iyasebenza yini usebenzise yona Ndlondlo.
Kuta kwami ukuthi LG lento ihlanganiswa njani yini le emphasis ibese ikhuluma ngabo local government ikhulume ngeTinkhundla sibe silive asika address ukuthi le second level ye government lekungema region isebente ibonakale ukuthi hamba ifike asilumi lesingeke sikhone ukuhlafuna we are still failing when the region are operated njengoba fanele operate umthetho osekelo wona lesifunzayo uthi le regional governance in a government yayo lesebenta ikhethiwe kukhethe buqopho bentiwa i-committee yale region kuze kuthi 70 indzaba te region. Why are we jumping bese siyokhuluma ngendzaba eTinkhundla ukuthi akwentwe bo local government nangabe ingasiyo i-region i-local government iyini awese kukhulumise sikuthathe ngetigaba taku ukuthi ye nama regions are established ngumthetho ayasebenta efficiently afakwe aniketwe tonke timfanelo tekusebenta ema region. Then you start by looking kunakuzana eTinkhundleni ukuthi sesithi ke Tinkhundla titawusebenta njani. And mind you la kuma region kuphindze kube nalomkhono wemadolobha kuba Tinkhundla kuphindze kube nemadolobha. Nyalo sesikhuluma ngathi sithi ke ku AG njengemuntu lowadi kumthetho akasakwente kuhlangana ukuthi singenelana kuphi nyalo ngoba thina sike ma region sisele nyalo. Yabonga nje.
Siyabonga AG please.
Cha kube bese parliament njengala sesikhathi separliament emsibeng that's out of order RA waselibonjeni kepha ngoba sikho eparliament ngeke ngisho so out of order ngidawulinga singimphendvule ngisithe mangimchazela umhlonishwa ngeni reference to section 225 and that is the section lekhulumisa bo RA insofar as it concerns local government affairs. There is no other section that makes reference to it. Lokusho ukuthi ke nangabe RA waselibonjeni afise ukuthi ngikhulume lafuna kuva angadlo ukuthi kufanele ngithini but otherwise ngidam advisor on the law as it is njengoba ibhaliwe ukuthi lo mthetho uthi kutawudividwa ngema regions. However the specifics nangabe umhlonishwa RA waselibonjeni ubuka kusibo RA bane minimal role noma mana ngathi usibona ngani ngoba lo mthetho usengashaywa sisawupropose nangabe lo mthetho uyaphuma uphuma sokune draft lengicabanga ukuthi umsibe akayibone kuyibona kusede ikhona but isengaphumela ngaphandle ngilapho khona ke lo mthetho lo specific nangimchazela msibi ukuthi that is where everything will be incorporated but nyalo we are interpreting the law before us not my aspirations RA waselibonjeni not my aspirations Attorney General but we are speaking to the law as is what is provided for in the constitution what is provided for in any other law I think RA waselibonjeni should know ukuthi at this very moment we do not have a dedicated legislation that speaks to bo RA kube uyaphathisa etikweni cha sinesibo RA kude umthetho lo dedicated to us as bo RA lo tasikhomba umkhombandlela kusisebenza kanjani belitakwemukela lo litiko but angafiki umhlonishwa ukuthi sikhulume si-interprete umthetho according to my aspirations act we interpret the law as is not according to one's aspirations I hope I'm clear on that one.
Siyabonga mcondzisi welihlelo. Imoya ayibiye phasi. Ngithi ngesikhathi kusetshenzwa abohulumende vele kwenziwa njalo. Because nasikhulumisa lama issues lawa ekuthi how are we going to be structured from the center kuya phasi. Vele sitawuhamba sikhulumisana so nema participants angethuki ngile nature yokwakhiwa kwahulumende. Sithi ke bengifunakele bengivele ngikuphakamisele umcondzisi wetinkhulumo kuloku bese ngendlula nje ngendlela ukuthi siphindze sibe kahle sibe khalo and bengithi ngisukumelele ukubonga la ku Madam President we cannot chart our way ahead or into the unknown into the future if we don't know where we come from so I think the context lekayendlalile particularly in the context of lokho ukuthi sifika njani kule ndzaba ye dichotomy noma leya lokwehlukana ngoba I think it's very relevant for lo mthetho lona lesiwakha manje kukhona into lengakendeki and lesingatiniki isikhathi kuyenda I always say I have many years of local government experience the urban local government piece but into lesingakayendi ngiloko ukuthi umhlaba wonke uthi the future is urban but we have not charted our own way of how we want to get urbanized. Ngoba loku urbanizer akusho kulahla konke lokho lobe kukhona. But kusho ukuthi asicabange ukuthi sichamukaphi and how should we be structured for the future ngoba vele leli kusaseni siyakhona noma siyathanda noma asithandi. Lengithi ke mina bengiphakamela ukubonga umcondzisi wetinhlelo ukuthi Madam President usendlalele kahle baseta labanye abantu labadzala nemlando lebatawufitha into that whole puzzle but that is what is going to help us move forward if we don't know where we are coming from kude la singathi siyakhona ngoba konke lapho sikhona khona sesifikile nangabe singadi ukuthi sichamukaphi nekuthi siyapi thank you very much.
Ngicela kungena kunayi lebutwa ngu babe RA Msibi ngithi ngempela we need to strengthen uma si serious ngekuthi we are decentralizing sidinga kuqinisa emahhovisi abo RA ukuthi konke lokulapho kutholakale kahle sive sikhona ekusitakala lapho so mhlawumbe kusakhiwa loluhlaka lomthetho asibuke mngani wemakhosi ukuthi ingahuke kanjani ngoba it's a sub level isuka ku central government ita kubo RA seya etinkhundleni ifuna kube khona la ihuke kakhona itokhona kukhulumisana ngiyabonga
uyavakala Madam President uyibeka kahle akakhulumi lokhulunywa uRA vele akaphathise so that itosetshenzwa lendzaba ifakwe emthethweni nekusenga uyaphathisa phela uphathisa ekutheneni uyathi sicela umthetho litiko lisibukele ukuthi at the policy level lisibukele umthetho longabuka kusebenza kwabo RA ngoba kude current lokho kuyevakala sitakuphatha but angathi currently at this moment kule existing legislation kukhona kude vele kungakulungiswa phathisa ke hayi ukuthi sister interpret ngathi kukhona kana kukho that's what we are saying siyabonga Madam President
angibonge say only. Angibonge RS lapha eDulu. Bengicabanga ukuthi la kulomhlangano we are coming to contribute kulaba lasebabekela labakubekayo. And where we do not understand, kufuneka sieve, I may be understanding this in a different way, ngendlela lehlukile. Kepha nabe khole ngubutako, angitibuteli weshiselweni. Ngibutela labantu angibuta nangifika le, labeveka abila ukuthi kuthi indzaba yabo RA. Lolo lengaphandle akayithole explanation bese iqhamukile la. So please allow us ukuthi sisukume sibutele sitakubuta kulama speakers. Otherwise, the contribution lesingayenda. That's all I'm saying. My motion is amano 7.
Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters. Her Excellency, the Acting Prime Minister, Your Royal Highnesses, I have to stand in on existing protocol in case I leave somebody out. So all protocols observed. I seek your permission to sit and make this presentation. I was very healthy until about 5 months ago when I developed a spinal problem, which is making it difficult for me to stand and make presentations. So with your permission, I will sit and make my presentation. My name is Professor Kwamna Hoy. My background is in law, but politics has pushed me into governance with focus on local governance. I was for 12 years Ghana's Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And it was under my auspices that Ghana's decentralization program was formulated and implemented. A lot of what I'm going to say today, therefore, is based on my personal experiences and very little on the literature of local government and decentralization. What I have on the PowerPoint presentation is a summary, a one-line summary of the issues that I want to raise. But I have a more detailed prose presentation of about 20 pages, which I will make available to the organizers in case they are minded to distribute my presentation. I'd rather they distribute the prose presentation than the PowerPoint presentation, because with the PowerPoint, I am going to do a lot more talking than what you see on the screen. I want to begin with a story about Ghanaian democracy. When the Eswatini delegation came to Ghana in September last year, my party was in the opposition. It was we were the opposition party. But the government at the time put together a program which enabled me to interact with the Eswatini delegation. I'm sure it was as a result of that interaction that they decided to invite me to this conference. In December last year, we had an election in Ghana. The government in power lost the election, so they have become the opposition. And my party, which was in opposition, is now the government. So you see how effective democracy can work effectively. There's been a smooth transition from one political party to a different political party. I met your delegation when my party was not in power. I'm now here when my party is in power. And I think this kind of transition, changes, is something that many African countries can learn from. Now, the first slide, I've called it introduction. And I have indicated as the objective of my paper, based on the concept note that I received, a unified, decentralized local governance system for Eswatini. Now, in unifying the governance systems, we require a unified legal framework. That is why everybody has been talking about the draft local government bill. You need a unified local governance structure. In other words, the governance structure for the local governments must be the same. You need a local level participatory democracy, and you need effective decentralization. Now, this kind of system must draw a delicate line between local autonomy and central control. Local autonomy meaning you must give as much power as possible to the local authorities, the Tinkhundlas and the others. But you must have an eye on central control to ensure that the country does not fall apart. Because the problem with power, which is what decentralization is about, is that once a person gets power, you never know what he or she is going to do with that power. So, if you create two powerful local authorities, and I'll come to that later, you will realize that you are lucky yours is a small country. If it were a bigger country, you realize that you will very soon move from decentralization to a demand for federalism, to secession, to a balkanization of the country, and if you don't take care, the breakup of the country. That is what nearly happened to Nigeria in 1967 when the Biafra Civil War, which lasted for 3 years, almost broke the country apart. So decentralization is important. Local power is important, but local power must not be at the expense of the nation state, and therefore of the central government, and therefore of the nation state. Next. Now, it is important in starting a unified, decentralized local government system to ask yourself this question. And you ask yourself this question, if, as we experienced, you have not as much interest in local government as we do in central government. So, for example, you have very few people wanting to stand election for local government. The turnout for local government elections is always very low, etc. So what we did, and what I will recommend, is that we conducted a research to find out why there was not as much interest in local government as in central government. And we identified 4 obstacles to participation in local government, which informed the law that we eventually passed, the Local Government Act. First was illiteracy in English. We realized that because it was a requirement of the local governments that their proceedings should be in English, and because about 50% of our people were not literate in English, by our law, we had legislated out of the governance process at the local level 50% of our population. So we immediately provided in the law that the proceedings in the local authorities could be in English or any local languages that the people would select. Second, we identified poverty as an important obstacle. Local people in the Tinkhundlas and others, they are very poor. They don't have money or resources to mount campaigns for election to local authorities, etc. And therefore, poverty was an important obstacle to participation. We therefore decided to make elections to all local authorities free. The candidates do not pay a deposit. they don't pay for their campaigns. The campaigns are organized for them by the body we call the Electoral Commission, and a concept we call mountain of platforms. Even posters for campaigning are made by the Electoral Commission. The only cost to candidates for local government elections in Ghana is the cost of 4 photographs and then the cost of preparing your CV, which the Electoral Commission needs in order to do your posters for you. As a result of these two provisions in the law, interest in local government suddenly soared to the extent that ordinary people, the idea was to get the ordinary people, the local people, to take their destiny into their own hands. And they do that by participating actively in the local authority system. If you don't, then of course the participation will be artificial. The third obstacle we identified was that the urban elite would capture the local authorities. So people from Mbabane will go and contest elections in their villages, etc., win the elections, and then immediately withdraw to Mbabane, where all the facilities are available. Now, because they don't live in those villages and rural areas, they don't suffer the deprivations that the dwellers, the inhabitants of those places suffer. And so they could not articulate the concerns of the local people to the best of their ability. In fact, they even very seldom attended meetings of the local authorities. They went, stood, won the elections in order to boost their ego and enhance their stature. So we provided that to qualify to contest local government elections in the local authority areas, you have to be ordinarily resident there. And we defined ordinary residence in the law. Then we also realized that the political parties would also capture the local authorities through their primaries system. We wanted people of the choice of the local residents to represent them in the local authorities. But the political parties would select people to contest on their ticket. And the person that the political party selected and who won would not necessarily be the choice of the local people. So we decided that we would make our local government system non-partisan. So candidates for our local government elections contest on their own merit, and they are not sponsored by political parties. I'm not saying that this is what you should do. I'm giving you what we did in Ghana. Rather, what I'm suggesting is that you should maybe do a similar research to find out why there is not as much interest in local government as there is in central government, if that is the situation here. And when you identify those obstacles to participation, you try and resolve them in the law. Now, I took a look at the Constitution of 2005, and I realized that the Constitution, Article 218, talks about the Tinkhundla system and defines it in a way that would be the Eswatini definition of decentralization. Because Article 218 says the primary objective of the Tinkhundla system of government is to bring government closer to the people at subnational or local community level, progressively take control of their own affairs and govern themselves. That there can be no better definition of decentralization than this one. Because decentralization is a governance system in which there is participation by the people and in which there is local level capacity to allow for governance at the subnational level, in which development planning is done with the people and not for the people, and in which national finances are shared equitably between the central government and the local government based on the principle of what is called subsidiarity. But the problem with decentralization, and again, I noticed in your constitution that decentralization and devolution are both used in the constitution. But the problem with decentralization is that it means different things to different people at different places at different times. So when you say, in some situations, when you say decentralization, you mean what is referred to as deconcentration. Deconcentration is where the central ministries and departments appoint officers to the local authority areas and they implement decisions and provide services which are decided and controlled by the center. So the ministries will send officers to the local authority areas, but the decisions that they implement and the actions that they take are taken at the center. And normally that happens when they say the center is choked, concentrated. So you deconcentrate the center. Decentralization as devolution is what is true decentralization. Because decentralization as devolution means that you create the local authorities, you give them legal personality, they can sue and be sued in their own name and are responsible for the decisions and actions that they take. In other words, if, for example, a local authority has to demolish a building because it is on a waterway in a wrong place, and the local and the owner of the property decides to sue, he sues the local authority in its own name, and the local authority is responsible for damages if damages are awarded. It has nothing to do with the central government, ministries or departments. So with devolution, with decentralization as devolution, the local authorities take the decisions and the actions, and they are responsible for the decisions and the actions. Then there's decentralization that means delegation. You delegate authority when you ask somebody else to perform the activity on your behalf, but that person is not responsible for what he or she does. So, for example, most of you here, I'm sure, are public servants or public officers. Anytime you write a letter and you sign for the CEO or on behalf of the CEO, what you are telling the world is that I am the author of this letter, but I don't take responsibility for what is in the letter. If you have any problem with the contents of the letter, go to my CEO. Authority has been delegated. But that phenomenon is also referred to as decentralization. And then decentralization as public-private partnerships. That is where the local authority has been given the power to provide a certain service, and then it decides to outsource it to a private entity. When that outsourcing is done, because the local authority function is provided by law, the citizen cannot sue the private person who performs the activity because the law says that it is the local authority that should perform it. So what the citizen does is that he will sue the local authority, and then maybe in the action, the local authority will join the private entity with which it has entered into a contract. I've gone into this theoretically because you have to decide exactly what form of decentralization you are talking about. I have heard the terminologies used interchangeably. Your constitution uses decentralization, it also uses devolution. It doesn't use the other terminologies. So if it is the devolution type of decentralization that you are deciding on, then you have to understand that you are talking about creating the local authorities into legal entities which can sue and be sued, and whose actions and activities are not subject to control or supervision by any entity at the central government level. But there are red flags to decentralization, some of which I have listed here. I've already talked about the separatist tendencies. That be careful when you are decentralizing that you don't lose central control. The second, and I made this point 2 days ago at the Mbabane Municipal Council, and I hear it has been in the news since then, is that decentralization is a highly political and difficult process involving power shift from one personality or location to another. I was listening to the debate on the fear of the chiefs that they would lose power to the local authorities. If decentralization becomes effective, it is not the chiefs who should fear. It is the ministers and the heads of departments who should fear. Because it is they who have to give up power to the local authorities, not the chiefs. And I'll say a little more about that later. Now, decentralization can also be anti-egalitarian if you don't organize it properly, because you may end up favoring some regions or towns or ethnic groups against another. There could also be intra-regional, intra-city town disparities. One other red flag is that it is difficult to control tax systems when so many jurisdictions are involved, as in decentralized systems. Local officials are more susceptible to local pressures than central officials. Central bureaucrats and technocrats are often technically more competent and more successfully controlled by their hierarchies. I'll come to this again. Decentralization usually results in increase in overall corruption. Because when the system is centralized, as it is now, there's only one opportunity for the decision maker to be corrupt. But when you are decentralizing the power to 59 Tinkhundlas, there are 59 opportunities for the people in charge of those Tinkhundlas to be corrupt. So you have to be careful when you are decentralizing, and I'll come to that again. It results in increase in administrative, bureaucratic, and technocratic costs, because if decentralization is to be effective, you have to create bureaucracies, small bureaucracies and technocracies at the local level. It involves political costs to politicians and bureaucrats and technocrats at the center in their loss of control over local leaders, initiatives, resources, perks, and privileges. Hence, there are often fierce resistance to decentralization. I don't, with due respect, and I don't mean any offense, your ministers are working very well now in preparation towards decentralization. When implementation begins, they will become the worst enemies of decentralization. They will not like it at all if it is effective decentralization. And I'll give you my own, a little personal experience. When we started decentralization, I was the driver of decentralization as Minister of Local Government. And we're finding it very, very difficult to make progress. So our president then was Jerry John Rawlings. He took us on a weekend retreat outside the capital. And we couldn't agree on anything. So when we closed the retreat and we were coming, our Minister of Health, who was a lady medical officer, and she and I, we come from the same ethnic group. She pulled me aside and said in our language, "You, Kamna, I hear you want to build an empire. Don't bring your empire to health, because we will not accept your decentralization." Because she had been convinced by her technocrats and bureaucrats that if she agreed, she was going to lose a lot of power, which is very true, because that's what decentralization involves. Which brings me to the next slide, which is requirements of decentralization. You have all been hinting at it, but you have not mentioned it directly. Decentralization involves the transfer of functions and powers. Which functions and powers are currently being performed and exercised at the center, which will be better and easier to perform at the local level. Again, 2 days ago, at the Mbabane Municipal Council, I mentioned this. I said, the Minister of Local Government, without him, under the Urban Government Act of 1969, without the Minister of Local Government, there's no local government in Eswatini, because virtually everything requires his approval. The CEO of Mbabane Municipal Council, who made the presentation, said, he had about 67 powers. I said, no, I counted more than 100 powers. Now, let me give you a good example. The local people have elected representatives that they believe in to make bylaws. It is a democratically elected body. Why must those bylaws be approved by the Minister of Local Government before it becomes law in the locality? We, as you yourself said, this is a British hangover, and we used to have that. But we broke it in 19 when we started our decentralization program. And we took away the power of the Minister of Local Government, my power at that time, to approve bylaws. And we left the assembly. Once they made the law, it became law. What we did was we set up a body that would ensure that the law did not contradict any national legislation. Once it did not, then it became law. The power rested with the local legislature to make law. It did not require the minister's approval. And in almost all our ministries and departments and agencies, you will see that there are things that can be done locally, and yet without central control, we don't allow those things to be done locally. So the important matter for you is to decide which functions and which powers should be transferred to the local authorities, to the local level. And under the principle of subsidiarity, normally we say matters that are closest to the people or that can more easily be implemented by the local level, those are the subjects that must be transferred to the local level. And in most jurisdictions, and I have advised on decentralization in many jurisdictions, the two obvious candidates for transfer of functions and power is basic education and primary health care. Those are matters that can very easily be handled at the local level. So normally those are the things that are transferred. When the Attorney General was speaking, he even mentioned the matter of passport processing. Why should the citizens travel all the way to Mbabane before they can get a passport? What we did, we empowered the local authorities to be the recipients of the passport application. The processing became their responsibility. And when processing was finalized, it was brought to them, and the citizen collected his or her passport at the local level, and they didn't have to travel to Mbabane. Now, to perform these functions and powers, you need people who have the skills and the competencies to perform those powers, those functions, and exercise those powers. So you must either transfer people with the skills and competences, or you must train people, or you must recruit people to be able to perform those functions at the local level. Because if you transfer the functions and the powers and you don't have the people with the skills and competences to perform them, those functions will not be performed. Then we have transfer of means and resources. If you ask the local authority to perform a function, and yet you leave the budget for the performance of the function with the ministry in Mbabane, how is that person going to perform that function at the local level? So when I come to features of decentralization, I will explain to you how this problem is dealt with through a component of decentralization known as fiscal decentralization. So next, the features of decentralization. Effective decentralization has 4 features. There's a political component, there's an administrative component, there's a planning component, there's a fiscal component. And then there are 2 subjects, of course, spin-offs of decentralization, and then checks and balances. For political decentralization, demarcation of the decentralized units. I heard in one of the earlier presentations that the 59 Tinkhundlas are going to be left intact. That's fair enough. But those units must then be the units that will form the unified local government system. And you can have differentiation of the types. In fact, in my own country, the system is unified, but we have, we call our district assemblies, not councils. We have the big towns, referred to as metropolitan assemblies. They perform more functions, or they are allowed to perform more functions. Then we have municipal assemblies. They perform slightly lesser functions than the metropolitan assemblies. And then we have district assemblies who perform the least of the functions. Now, Article 219 of the Eswatini Constitution anticipates such demarcation and makes provision for the demarcation of local government areas. So if you are satisfied with the 59 Tinkhundlas that you have, it means that no new demarcation is required. Otherwise, you may have to do some redemarcation. Now, I've put here levels of decentralized units. And I listened with keen interest the debate that went on about the regional level. It is true that the Constitution does not provide for the office of the regional administrator. But it is also true that the Constitution provides for the 4 regions. So what are those 4 regions supposed to do? Are they just to be there and nothing happens there? No. It is supposed to be a level of the decentralized governance structure. I think it is a major omission that the Constitution does not provide for structures and functions at the regional level. Now, I know that in law, when there is a lacuna, when there's a gap, it is a responsibility of the legislature to fill that gap. So if the Constitution has provided for regions and has not provided for a structure at the regional level, I think it is the responsibility of the legislature to provide for a structure at the regional level and the role and functions of the regional level. And I don't think it will be out of place if this new local government bill makes provision for the regional structure in the governance architecture. If you don't want to put it in the local government bill, you can have a separate bill. You may call it the regional governance or the regional administration bill. But for as long as the Constitution recognizes the region, there has to be a structure at the regional level, and there must be a role and functions for that structure. I have mentioned the partisan nature of our local government system and why we went that route. Election to the decentralized units is covered under Article 220 of your Constitution. Often an important issue is whether the political head of the Tinkhundla or the local authority must be elected or must be appointed. But that is something that you have to decide. The compromise we arrived with in Ghana is that the president nominates somebody, we call them the district chief executive. The president nominates somebody as the chief executive for the local authority. The local authority then votes on the nominee, and the nominee requires 2/3 of the members of the local authority before he becomes the political head of the local authority. Now, participatory governance at the local level, I think I have already gone through that. And then the political driver of decentralization. This, for me, is critical. And let me spend a little time on it. I said decentralization involves the loss of power by the central government officials, ministers and officials. So when you make a minister the driver of decentralization, it is very, very difficult for him to succeed. And that's why I said there seems to be harmony and everything, because you are now at the preparatory stage. When it gets to the implementation stage, the Minister of Local Government will become the saddest minister, because he will become the target of all his colleagues, because he will be the one pushing them to give up power. And when I raised this 2 days ago, the Minister of Housing was very frank, and he said, power is sweet, nobody wants to give up power. So for 12 years as Minister of Local Government, I didn't make much progress with decentralization. But with the experience that I got, I then advised the President that instead of me being the driver of decentralization, he, the President, in your case the Prime Minister, must take charge and be the driver of decentralization. And I advise that he must form an interministerial committee on decentralization, made up of all the ministries who are most resistant to decentralization. And we put it in the law. We amended the law and we put it in. So we have an IMCC, as we call it. The Minister of Education is there. The Minister of Health is there. The Minister of Agriculture is there. The Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection is there. The Minister of Local Government is there, etc., etc. So whereas when I was minister and I called a meeting on decentralization, no minister would come. I mean, I don't know about your system, but in my country, as Minister of Local Government, you don't expect to call a meeting in your ministry for the Minister of Finance to come there. He won't come. But when we went the IMCC route and the President took charge, when he called a meeting, everybody was there before he arrived. And that's how we managed to overcome the major resistance to decentralization. Administrative decentralization is a component of decentralization which ensures that people with the skills and competences are available at the local level to perform the functions you have transferred to them. So, having identified the functions and the powers, you will then have to identify the people who are to perform those functions. Very often, when you decentralize, you find out that the workload at the center is lightened. So you are able to transfer some of the people at the center to the local areas to perform the functions that you are performing, you have transferred there. And in fact, Article 221 of your Constitution makes provision for the functions to be transferred. Now, in transferring the functions, you will have to establish the departments responsible for those functions also at the local authority area. And then you have to build or develop capacity at and for the local level. Normally, local authorities don't have all the skills and competences. So you must focus on training, capacity building as an important feature of your decentralization program. For what we did when we started was we actually got a World Bank facility and set up an institute for local government studies exclusively. Now that institute is now in the process of being transformed into a local government university. You may also want to consider a unified local government service to allow for mobility of staff between and among local authority areas. Sometimes you will see that one local authority has more skilled personnel than another, and if you have a unified local government service, you can do inter-local authority transfers, and so it becomes very effective. As you, physical and administrative infrastructure from which the functions may be performed should be provided, and the service should organize orientation, awareness creation, training, and change management strategy courses for the staff at both the central and local level. Now, I don't know if you have a national planning system, but decentralized planning is also a feature of effective decentralization. Under the British colonial system, planning was centralized, top down. The technocrats at the center with their political overseers prepare the plan for the whole of the country. They decide where a school should be built, where water should be provided, which roads should be built, etc. So it was a top-down planning system. In decentralization, you need to do a bottom-up planning. And to be able to do that, you must set up technical planning committees at the various levels. Normally, it's good to put together the heads of the departments you have created at the district, at the local level, as the technical planning committees. And then their technical plans, coordinated plans, will be approved by MMDA. Here is a Ghana term for Metropolitan Municipal and District Assembly, but in your case, the Tinkhundla, so the local authority. Now, this is where the regional level becomes important again, because it is at the regional level that you'll be able to coordinate the plans of the local authorities within the region. Otherwise, all of those plans will go directly to the center, and it becomes very difficult to do the coordination at the center. So there is also a technical planning coordinating unit at the regional level, and then the regional administrator approves it. Then at the national level, we have the National Development Planning Commission. They put the coordinated regional plans together, which is then approved by the cabinet and becomes the National Development Plan. And I see that you can do this under Article 224 of your Constitution, which provides that the development program of a local government shall, where appropriate, be integrated into the National Development Plan to be mainly funded by the government. Fiscal decentralization is the most important. The objective is to ensure that local authorities have enough resources to be able to perform the transferred functions. That's what I meant when I said, if you send the function to the local authority and you keep the money in Mbabane, that function cannot be performed. So the principle of fiscal decentralization is that the finances follow the functions. What that means is that anytime you transfer a function, the money with which that function was being performed in Mbabane must be sent down to the local authority where you have transferred that function. Now, this is one of the areas where the central officials will resist very, very fiercely. And again, I will give you a personal experience. I had to do a lot of change management lectures both with the central bureaucrats and the local authority area. So we once gathered all the heads of the decentralized departments for me to give them a briefing. And when I finished, the head of the Ghana Library Board, which is the body responsible for libraries, he got up. And library is one of the functions we were transferring to the local authorities. And he was very, very excited. He said, this is a very good idea. He supports it 100%. But he has a question. Where are the local authorities going to get the money to buy the books for the libraries? And I said, the money that you were using to buy the books for them, that money will be taken away from you and given to them for them to buy their own books. He said, then it's very bad. If you are going to take the money away from him, then he won't support it. It's not good. So that's one of the areas of resistance. But that's the basic principle. You don't transfer a function without transferring the resource. So the financial autonomy of local governments is an important precondition for successful decentralization. And fiscal decentralization is made up of two main parts: internally generated funds and decentralized transfers. Your constitution provides for internally generated funds. They are almost the same as ours: licenses, fees, taxes, investment income, borrowing, and rates. But you will realize that as between the money collected from these revenue sources and the monies collected by central government, the juiciest part of revenue is with the central government. Because these are small, small monies that local authorities collect. income tax, corporate tax, all of the other big taxes are collected by the central government. I don't know about here, but in my own country, the ratio of local government revenue to central government revenue is about 10 to 90. 90% with central government, only about 10% with. So you have to do what we call decentralized transfers. And what we have done is that we have created something we call a District Assemblies Common Fund. The Kenyans have a similar thing they call the LATIF, the Local Authority Transfer Fund. And in ours, it is provided that a minimum of 5% of the total revenues of Ghana must be put in the common fund to be shared among the local authorities. And an office is created called the Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund. Every year, he proposes a sharing formula to Parliament. And once Parliament approves, he uses that formula to share the fund to the local authorities. We operationalized this mechanism in 1995. That's almost 30 years ago. And since then, a formula has been conventionally developed, which is used to share the fund. You start with an equality factor where every Tinkhundla, no matter the size of the population, gets the same amount. Then population density. The more populous the area is, the more it gets. No, sorry. Yeah, the more populated the area is, the less it gets. But under service pressure, the more populous the area is, the more it gets. Because it means that because the population is big, there is a lot more pressure on services or for services, and therefore it gets a lot more money under that. Then development status. The more developed the area is, the less it gets. And this is supposed to ensure that there is equitable development. Then there is a factor for incentives. The more revenue, local revenue you are able to collect, the more you get under this factor as an incentive for you to collect more. And then there's a reserve fund, a small amount, which is used for contingencies. Of course, there are challenges with a common fund, but they are not serious enough as to undermine the concept underlying it. There's no explicit provision in the Eswatini Constitution for decentralized transfers, but Article 223 provides for the allocation of funds and necessary expertise to assist local governments. So I think we can go under this to make provision for a decentralized transfer mechanism. Then there is also grants, which is also a form of decentralized transfer. But the problem with grants is that it is discretionary. The government decides how much to give a local authority and when to give that money. So it is not as scientific as the kind of decentralized transfer that splits the central revenue between central government and local government. Then 3 issues on spin-offs of decentralization. My experience is that civil society organizations, community-based organizations, non-governmental organizations, and faith-based organizations, churches and Muslim communities, they can be very effective in the decentralized local governance system. So we must find a way of letting them play a role. Then the role of development partners. I see that some of them are here. In the system is also important, and find checks and balances at the local level. CSOs, etc., through their advocacy skills, are able to garner support for decentralization. The development partners, normally they decide where they want to channel their development resources. But under what is called the Paris Declaration and the Accra Action Group, there is provision for the development partners, especially the European Union, to agree with the local authorities on where they should channel their development assistance, especially in decentralized systems. And then checks and balances. So I want to conclude with a few recommendations. I know that we are in the process of enacting a local government act, but it must be one that provides for a unification of the urban and rural governance systems, a unified local government structure, a local level participatory democracy, and effective decentralization. The Local Government Act must draw a delicate balance between local autonomy and central control. In other words, you must give power, as much power as possible, to the local authorities, but you must watch how much power you are given, and you must retain the kind of control that will ensure that the unity of Eswatini is kept intact. The new act must reflect the selected typography or typologies. In other words, what kind of decentralization are you aiming at? Is it devolution? Is it deconcentration? Is it delegation? And you must define, the kind of decentralization that you want. Then the requirements of decentralization, it must provide for which functions and powers must be transferred to the local authorities, who must be responsible for ensuring that the skills and competences are available at the local level, and then you must have, if you want a decentralized planning system, then you must know that you must create planning structures at the various levels of the governance architecture, and finally, you must make sure that you have covered the components of decentralization, political, administrative, planning, and fiscal. The new act must also reflect the three requirements of decentralization. I've mentioned that. And then there must be checks and balances at the local level. This is very essential. And I've told you, normally, decentralization is attractive, and people make the mistake of thinking that the people at the center are bad, and the people at the local level are good. So once you decentralize, you solve your problem of public administration. My experience is the opposite, that the people at the local level appear to be good because they have not been given the opportunity to be bad. And again, personal experience, I can't mention the name of your currency, but before our decentralization program, local authorities were only dealing with local revenue. And the local revenue was very, very small. Let's say maybe 10,000. When we entered decentralization and we transferred the functions and we created the common fund, the finance officer or the treasurer at the local level, who was managing a budget of 10,000, suddenly was managing a budget of 200,000. 10,000 if you steal, how much can you steal? But 200,000 if you steal, you have become a millionaire. So once you decentralize and the resources, double, triple, quadruple at the local level, the temptation to be bad immediately arises. So, what were the checks and balances to stop abuse when the system was centralized? You must think of replicating those checks and balances at the local authority level if you are to deal with corruption and other abuse of office, abuse of power, all those governance aberrations that happen at the center when it is a centralized system. You will see that those aberrations are occurring at the local level. And therefore, the checks and balances that you had at the center level, you must try and replicate them at the local level. I am also proposing, because of what I said about CSOs, CBOs, NGOs, and FBOs, that maybe the driver of decentralization, whether the minister of the IMCC, they should call a meeting with the civil society organizations and a different meeting with the development partners and agree on their roles in the decentralization policy and implementation strategies. With the development partners, what we did, or what I did as minister, was that I got all the development partners who were interested in financing aspects of decentralization. And then I got the ministers in charge of the decentralized ministries, departments, and agencies, and I put them together into what I call a DSW, a Decentralization Sector Working Group. And so at those meetings, we are able to agree on which development partner wants to work in which area of decentralization and how much resources they are willing and able to put into that sector. It has proved a very workable arrangement, and I will recommend it to you. Finally, I am urging the Honorable Prime Minister strongly that once you pass a law and implementation begins, central management oversight responsibility for decentralization must be vested in an interministerial committee of ministers of decentralized ministries, and it must be chaired by the Prime Minister himself. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, first of all, I would direct my question to the professor as to how best can it work for us when we talk of the decentralization process in our system of government, because in most cases, the power, it is too central. So how best can it work for us? Because if we talk about the decentralization as he was trying to describe it here, it means to decentralize the power, whereas the system of government is too central in this regard. Thank you.
I said I was Sipho Dlamini, and my keen interest is on disabilities. Yes. Now, I'm curious to know how you dealt with the issue of disability in your program of decentralization, and how you work with persons with disabilities in Ghana in relation to decentralization. And I would also want to know if Ghana did rectify the conventions of the right of persons with disabilities.
I rise on the protocols that have been observed in the House. I'm Dr. Joy Ndwandwe from the Indigenous Knowledge Hub. Prof, thank you for the wisdom. I think I was getting lost in the theory, and now I'm real, that this decentralization, this Tinkhundla, one government system has a lot, calls on all of us to be active citizens. You started on a very interesting and positive moment of suggesting that kings, chiefs will not lose their power. And I'm currently doing research as part of the Royal Chamber of the State of African Diaspora, where I'm speaking to a lot of kings and queens in Africa. There's a lot of loss of power to the local authorities. Mayors are becoming more powerful than chiefs, and therefore if we go this route, and you begin assuring us at some point, but could you please elaborate? I thank you. And it is an honor to listen to you, Prof.
Thank you very much to the professor and the program director. I honor and respect all protocol in Lini. Lokhuluma gongciniwe Fagutse Prof. I am the lady that you had a brief interaction with in the city of Mbabane. Now, Prof, I have two questions with full appreciation of all that you've spoken about. I celebrate Ghana because one of the things I love personally as Liswati about Ghana is that you are still very much hinged on your traditional leadership system. So you have chiefs and they play a very pivotal role in Ghana. But equally, we have visited Ghana and have been hosts of the mayor of Ghana. So my question, Prof, is how have you managed to handle it both and have it work in a unified system? Your chiefs are existing and you equally have the cities fully functioning, the city of Accra. These are running fully and they are functional. The second question, and for me, Prof, that is the lesson that I want to pick from the case of Ghana when we speak about decentralization. The second question, Prof, it speaks to the delicate balance, and I picked it from your slide, between local autonomy and central control. And in that, Professor, you spoke and gave example and reference to the Local Government Act. And as you were doing so, you seemed to, say that the Minister of Local Government would seem to have more centralized powers. So my question, Prof, is how do you balance the checks and balances and the central control? And the reason I'm asking, Professor, is if I'd give an example of what you call central control and overly controlling a Ministry of Housing as urban local authorities relate. For me, one of them is a check and balance. For example, the approval of a budget, Professor. It is a central control if you read the Urban Government Act, but at the same time, it's a control. And it's a checks and it's a system of making sure that checks and balances are there. Because, for example, the minister at central control level will look at how we intend to use the budget, but looking at what the community has asked for. So in reading the budget, he reads it with the sentiments of the community and balances it with central control, but equally there's a check and a balance in it. So how are you sensitive towards that, Prof? And if you could, in your wisdom, speak to how you are able to then differentiate between the two, because you could think a central balance, a measure of checks and balances is a central control, when in essence it is not, Prof. It is a way of making sure that the local authorities are performing the core function that they are mandated to perform. And then finally, Prof, on the finances following functions, if you may, Prof, speak to the Ghana scenario of how you finance your local authorities. There was a slide that spoke to that. But if I were to use Mbabane as a municipality, for example, Professor, it would be interesting to tell the gathering in the House that a whole capital city is financed solely by the property owners and ratepayers within Mbabane. Now, if you look at the Constitution and you read it, Section 223, it says government shall, when necessary, allocate funds to local authorities. Sitting here and now, your capital city and the big city of Manzini does not receive any subvention. So in essence, the services that Eswatini enjoy in these urban authorities are purely from the funds that the ratepayers and the people that reside within those urban areas, Prof, are contributing. So how do you balance that, the finances following the responsibilities, as opposed to a situation where central does not now subvent the local authorities? Thank you.
The fact that in the absence of a law, the government has found it necessary to appoint regional administrators means that regional administrators are required. Very simple. Because the government is faced with a situation where it has to implement a constitution that says there are 4 regions. And the constitution is silent on what happens at the regional level. The government is forced then to put a structure at the regional level in order to do what the regional level is required to do. So I think that those who are talking about the regional level, the administrators, all they are saying is that the de facto regional structure that the government has implemented by appointing regional administrators, back it by law. I think that is what the demand is, if I understand the discussion that has gone on. Then his next question was that power is very centralized. How can decentralization work? The decentralization means that the system is centralized. If the system is not centralized, the Constitution will not talk about decentralization. So anytime you talk about decentralization, you are talking about a centralized system that has to be decentralized. And therefore, decentralization that you are working on now is supposed to resolve the problem of centralization that you have raised. And therefore, everything that we are discussing here goes to deal with the problem that you have identified. Next was, how are disabilities dealt with? Now, there is an interesting feature of our system that I did not talk about. It is not, our local authorities are not 100% elected. 70% of them are elected, and 30% are appointed by the president in consultation with the chiefs and traditional authorities. And what we do with the 30% is that we utilize it to appoint chiefs to the local authorities, to appoint persons with disabilities to the local authorities, to appoint women to the local authorities, and to appoint youth to the local authorities. This is because we realize that these groups are not likely to be effectively represented through the election system. So when the elections have been conducted, we then do an analysis, an occupational analysis of the elected members of the local authority, and then we identify the gaps in the outcome of the elections. So if, for example, a local authority election did not produce any woman in the authority, in the local authority, we appoint some women, to complement it. Same with persons with disabilities, chiefs because of their traditional status, and also same with the youth. Now, you also asked about the Convention on Disabilities. We do have a Persons with Disability Act, and we utilize that act effectively in dealing with persons with disabilities. Indeed, we have gone further and provided that a percentage of what I described as the District Assembly's Common Fund, a fixed percentage, I think 3%, must be paid to persons with disabilities, and they have association. They have an association of persons with disabilities, and they are organized in the local authority areas. So a percentage of the decentralized transfer is paid to them for allocation to their members, not to spend, but to set up businesses and things like that with. Now, when I talked about loss of power by the chiefs, I know very little about your chieftaincy system here, but in Ghana, the chiefs have roles completely different from the roles of the local authorities. The chiefs are not service providers, for example. And therefore, when you say you are transferring power to provide service, they're not going to take it from the chief and give it to the local authority. They're going to take it from the person who is exercising that power at the center to the local authority. So, and we have a Chieftaincy Act, separate from the Local Government Act, which outlines clearly the roles and the functions of the chiefs and traditional authorities. Indeed, even in the area of law, chieftaincy law, the regular courts are not even allowed to dispense with or to deal with cases emanating from chieftaincy. They have their own chieftaincy tribunals that deal with them. It is only at the apex court, the Supreme Court, the chieftaincy tribunals, they have an appellate system. It is only when it is at the very last appeal level that they then go to the Supreme Court. But otherwise, we have a judicial system which is separate and apart from the chieftaincy tribunal system, and that is how we keep the two of them apart. As I said, decentralization is loss of power from the center to the local authorities. So it is a vertical loss of power. The chiefs and local authorities, they coexist at the same level. It's a horizontal power relationship. And therefore, it does not involve the transfer of power or functions from the chiefs to the local authorities. It is true that in many areas, the mayors are powerful, more powerful than the chiefs. Because, I don't know about here, but in Ghana, the chiefs are not paid. But the chiefs are the owners of the land. So they get revenue from the land. Local authorities do not derive any revenue from land. So, but the local authorities have more money and they have governance apparatus that operate better than anything that the chiefs have. So it is this bifurcation of functions between the chiefs and the local authorities that enables them to coexist in harmony. How has Ghana's chiefs, how has the dichotomy between chiefs and these assemblies? Yes, I think I have answered that. How to balance local autonomy and central control, especially with reference to budgets. Madam, what special powers or skills does a minister have that the local authority does not have, such that he must be the one to spot that you have not drawn a balance between what you are collecting and what you are spending? You see, what you must remember is that the local authority as an elected body, they don't spend money. They put a budget together. It is the bureaucrats, the local level bureaucrats, like you are CEO, you and your staff, you are the ones who spend the money. The local authority is the local political authority. So just as the parliament at the national level oversees spending by ministers and central authorities, the local authority must oversee spending by the staff of the local authority. It does not have to take the minister to tell the local authority that you are performing badly. If you trust the minister as a politician, this is what decentralization is all about. You must trust your local authority members as local level politicians who can perform the same functions at the local level that the minister performs at the national level. And that is why, for example, we use the minister as minister. I used to approve budget. I used to approve bylaws, etc. I gave up all those powers. The local government system did not suffer. In fact, it became better. Because suddenly the local authorities realized that if they misbehave, they are the ones who will be called to account, not the minister at the center. So a lot of decentralization depends on trust. If you don't trust your local level politicians, you cannot decentralize. At the beginning, there will be mistakes, there will be excesses, etc. But you see that with time, we started ours in 1988. With time, the system has smoothened itself out. So if you take the courage and you start it, there will be initial mistakes, but with time you will find out that the system will smoothen out. I think the final about finances following functions. Now that is the theory. The theory is that anytime you transfer a function, the finance must follow the function. When we started our program and we tried to implement this theoretical principle, we made very, very fascinating discoveries. Take a department like, I don't know, you have this Department of Social Welfare. If you took their total budget for the year and you were going to distribute it amongst, at that time we had 110 local authorities, you were going to distribute it among 110 local authorities, you realize that each one will get maybe about 10, what's your currency? Yes, a Malenge, 10. It cannot even buy drinking water for a day. So when we sat down with the officials of the departments, they said, oh, the budget allocation is always small. So they look after the big cities. As for the small local authorities, they don't get anything. In other words, within the centralized system was a hidden inequality. The big towns and cities were receiving resources for social welfare work. The small districts were not receiving anything. But this was hidden because you did the budget as a social welfare budget for the country. And therefore, you didn't know how much went into each local authority area. But when we decentralized and we introduced something called composite budget, where every district had to do a budget to be incorporated into the national budget, suddenly we realized that we were cheating some local authorities. And that is when we introduced the District Assembly's Common Fund. So that instead of following the theoretical principle that finances follow functions, what we did was to allocate a bulk amount, 5% of total national revenue, and then we used the formula that I explained to share that revenue so that at least every district gets something substantial, because 5% of total revenue is a very big amount, and so every district got something. So if you cannot scientifically comply with the principle of finances follow functions, you must find a way of allocating the resources in such a way that no local authority area is left without resources. Because as I said, resources make or will make decentralization programs. Thank you very much.
Khona kuhleti khona bo Honorable Minister for Tinkhundla and Administration and Development, sicela kuvusela ngalokuhloniphekile President of Senate, Deputy President of Senate, sicela kuvusela labamele iParliamente totimbili tindlu. Sicela bonkosi sesivuselene masho sengishile ngidandivusela ekugcineni masho sikhona ngibashile sendabavusela ekugcineni uma sikhathi sisekhona ngoba ngidaze ngibe neliphutha lokushiya bonke labakhulu lokuliqiniso nje lokuthi sonke landlini lamuhla sibakhulu kude lomncane nalongakanani kulomunye sibakhulu ngoba sitosebenza lo msebenzi longaka. Ngicela kutethula ngosi ngoba ngitsite kulaba bekathi batawusethula ngathi ndasicedzela isikhathi. Ngidawucela nje kusukuma vele ngitethule ngekuhlonipha.
Chief Dambuza, born at Ngoboleni Royal Crow, leads the Ngoboleni Chiefdom in the Shiselweni region under Kubuta Tinkhundla. A unifying figure and symbol of tradition, he was recently appointed by His Majesty King Mtswati III
urban government, Labor, and today I'm here. And I'm very proud to say some of us are actually products of this work that we are doing today. And we are quite excited that we are here and getting the very clear leadership from both houses of parliament and cabinet on the direction we should take, not forgetting the leadership that we are seeing from Boba Betikulu, that they are also here in their numbers. It demonstrates the unity of purpose that we are all about here. Before I request my panelists to come up front, I just wanted to just like share some, maybe I should call it a knowledge that we have on the work that we are about here. Because we may, honorable delegates, maybe go home with a misconception, as I had when we were sitting there, that there is some ambiguity in the Constitution regarding the structures of governance as articulated in the Constitution. I think what brings about that kind of discussion is because we're talking about two different sets of legislative instruments. We are talking about
Chief
the
Dambuza,
Constitution
born
and at the
at-
same time talking about the bill that we are about here. The bill, it may happen that probably it is not articulating as clearly as it possibly should do on the linkages between local governments and regional administration and of course national government. But the Constitution is very clear. The Constitution is very clear on what local government is, that local governments, anything that is subnational is actually classified as local government in terms of the Constitution. Then now it's a question of then how then do you develop the structures that will link those different structures. There is Section 80 of the
Chief
Constitution
Dambuza.
which establishes the Tinkhundla. There is also Section 83 which specifically establishes the regional administration offices and the regional administrators. And that also there will be regional councils which will form part of the structures within which regional administrators will operate. And those regional councils will be drawn from the members of the Tinkhundla councils. So I just wanted to say, maybe let me clarify that. Maybe what then we need to do is to then say, in the bill that we are developing as part of this process, how then do we clarify those issues so that we don't leave things, in gray areas? As this is the first moderated session of the conference, we are going to be listening to perspectives on Tinkhundla from 3 statesmen who have served Eswatini with dignity and honor for all their lives. These are individuals who have never been shy to project their voices higher and walked shoulder to shoulder with many other regiments of men and women defending Maswati traditions, culture systems, value and ways of life, and the network of institutions that are the framework of these systems. I would want to emphasize that the monarchy is the embodiment of the collective values and interests and aspirations of the people of Maswati, and it is the epicenter of these institutions. as it has been elaborated by the various speakers that have been on the podium. Institutions, I would want to emphasize, are what keeps creation intact. So institutions define who we are, where we are going, where we are coming from, and if where we think we want to go, we are going to get there possibly on time. So this discussion today about the Tinkhundla-based system of government is a discussion on point, because we are actually going to be talking about institutions, because without institutions, then there is nothing that we are talking about. It is actually the reason, as Madam President cited here, that when the colonial interest invaded Africa, they targeted institutions. And there's nothing else that they could have done other than institutions. And Africa is said to have had some of the most complex, strongest, and advanced governance institutions for quite a long time. And these were spread all over Africa. I'm not going to repeat that. But what is most important is that these were centers of global wealth, rich culture, dynamic region, highly profitable international trade, innovation, and military might. You know, as probably I know as well, that it is only in Africa where you find pyramids. Well, in Mexico, but there is a pyramid, but they originated in Africa. It is in Africa where you'll find a building as strong as still standing after several centuries, like the Great Zimbabwe. And all these structures were built around strong, functioning systems. So the kingdoms of Ghana, the kingdoms of the Congo, the kingdoms of Kushi, the kingdoms of Zimbabwe, the kingdoms of Benin, Ethiopia, were all centers of spectacular presence at the time, but they're all gone, and those that are in existence are shadows of their past. Yeah. So the reason I'm raising this point, is we need to be grounded on understanding the importance of institutions. That development. Okay. I respect my honorables. We are going to do that. We'll try and keep time within 2 hours. We'll be finished with this session. So it will be even much lesser than that. But let me get into how we are going to run this thing. I'm just about to get to where we wanted to get to. Tinkhundla is founded. I just wanted to say this because this is something that we're all passionate about. It is not founded on empty theory. There is a theory that is doing rounds across the world. It is called empowered deliberative democracy. And this is a system where people, and the world is moving towards that. So I'm going to call upon my panelists who are going to be talking to us about Tinkhundla as a system of government, and answer questions about the devolution of state power, and answer questions about the principle of merit as the basis of election into political position, and answer questions about the meaning of chiefs as the footstool of Ingwenyama. And with that, I would want to ask Babe Matendele, His Excellency Babe Matendele Dlamini, to please come forward. We'll all be seated right here. And as he comes up front, can we have someone to narrate his bio, to share with us his own perspectives about this institution, Tinkhundla, and what this institution brings to us in the present and also the future generation. We are not building a system for today. We are not building a system of the past. We are building a system of tomorrow and into the future. Can we have someone to tell us about His Excellency Babe Matendele? Please play the bio.
Ambassador Dr. Moses Matendele Dlamini, a member of the Eswatini Council, began his career as an educator and rose to national prominence in 1983, where he joined the office of the Prime Minister. As part of the 1992 Vusela Commission, he helped shape Eswatini's constitutional and political path. Appointed by His Majesty King Mswati III, he served as Eswatini's permanent representative to the UN, 1994 to 2000, and ambassador to Taiwan, 2000 to 2005. He later served as Senate President and Minister of Foreign Affairs. As steadfast advocate for the Tinkhundla system, Dr. Dlamini has been instrumental in promoting Eswatini's unique governance both locally and abroad. He has also served in Dikoko since 2008 and remains active in state matters, including diplomatic missions as a SADC Special Envoy.
Thank you. Can you give him a big round of applause? And I'll request Chief Babe Tambuza Lukele to please also come to the podium and be seated next to Babe, His Excellency Babe Dlamini. As he
Chief
comes up,
Tambuza,
please.
born at Ngoboloni Royal Crow, leads the Ngoboloni Chiefdom in the Shiselweni region under Tinkhundla. A unifying figure and symbol of tradition, he was recently appointed by His Majesty King Mswati III as Deputy Commissioner for the Human Rights and Public Administration Commission. He holds a degree in public administration from the University of Botswana in Swaziland and began his career in the civil service before serving in the Senate and as Minister of Agriculture and Cooperatives. Beyond public service, Chief Tambuza is a seasoned businessman and farmer. He has served on numerous national bodies, including the Eswatini Council and the Civil Service Commission. A champion of community developments, he leads impactful projects aligned with sustainable development goals, bringing clean water, education, and ecotourism to over 300 households in Ngobolweni.
Can we give him a round of applause, please? With that, I would request my last panelist, Colonel Indvuna Babe Mangomen Zimanze.
Mangomeni Nzimanze, born in Mkhuzweni in the War region, is a current member of the Eswatini Council and serves as Indvuna at Mkhuzweni Chiefdom. He is also Indvuna Yemabutho at national level, passionate about preserving Eswatini's cultural values. Educated at Mayiwane Vusweni in Swazi National High School, his early exposure to rural mentorship deepened his understanding of governance. He began his career as a cultural officer before joining Army in 1973 as one of the first 6 officer cadets trained in Kenya. rising to the rank of Major and serving as the Chief of Staff. Mr. Nzimanza was part of the historic 1977 Vusela consultations and later served 17 years at Ubombo Shuka. Post-retirement, he continued to serve the nation through national courts and various influential boards, including Eswatini TV Authority and Firearms Board, where he chaired for 3 terms.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. So, this is how I'm going to run the session. I'm going to be in charge. I'm going to be in charge. So I'm sorry it will be just for this moment only, and then other days I'm not. Yeah. I'm going to give each one of you 10 minutes. Each one of you 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes to come up front, just to give us a perspective. And after that, you'll sit down, and then I'll either ask a question from any one of you, or I ask the audience to ask questions, and you'll respond to those questions, and that will be the end of our session. Thank you. Babe Matendele Dlamini, please, if you can come forward, sir.
Nebekunen. Stokhuluma ngento lesiphila kuyo nalesiyatiko Tinkhundla. Tinkhundla atitinsha nathi calwako kusebenta labanye bebangakatalwa losila. Ticalwa ingosi yakalobamba. Iyembulelwa. Seyibita labake bebase embini yesibili yemhlaba. Ngihlahla yami ke umntalo wami naye abekhona kulabo. Abeteka itekile ngathi uthi uyawugcina asayishiyeki iminza baye Tinkhundla. Uhulumende weTinkhundla utalwa nje. Sesiwabonile amamodeli lamanye. Hayi ukuthi kwaba indlela yekunzinza size siqale Tinkhundla. Asiphilile saphila nemaphathi. Umbuso wemaphathi wokugcina nje waba nga1972. Ngiyakhumbula ngangifundisa leNgudzeni. Wagcina ke kwasekuthi ke mhla ka-12 April 1973 kwaseba neproclamation leseyimemetele siveni uthi lo mthetho wemangisi labasiniketa wona so vele uyagobonzela. Lekwakubusa inkosi Sobhuza wesibili kwakungukuthi asakhe kwethu. Hayi thine kuphela singeMeswati. Ngishona labanye eAfrika abete la kithi bate ufunza ukuthi live liphathwa liphindze libuswe njani. Ngako nebeluhlanga uhulumende weTinkhundla lakwendile ukhona lo hulumende lomkhulu eMbabane. Nyalo ke ngivile nje ukuthi kunemthetho lotawuhamba ukhankaswe la wabohulumende labancane etigodzini, the local governments. Nga-1953 inkosi Sobhuza ithuma libandla lelaliholwa ngidisiwa kuMankayane lobeka bitwa kuthiwa nguMahlonjana. Hamba ke lonke lelive bahamba babonana nemabandla babonana netikhulu lokwakhulunywa bathi sifuna indlela yokubusa la tawusenta sihlangane sibe munye kungaze kuphembeke umoya wenzondo emkhathini wethu. Kwakuthiwa ke babuya nembiko lo wathi sifuna la eTinkhundleni kwakheke mathuba ekucasha abantu bangathwala umthwalo besuke le ngitseshiselweni batofuna umsebenzi kuMatsapha kepha baye enkundleni njengami nje inkundla yami ngokumethula fanele baye kumethula setiphumile letimemetelo uthi oh nathi tikhala letivulekile nathi tikhala letivulekile. Inhloso la kwakungukuthi kungagcini abantu sebabhunguka njoba sekwenteka nje lamuhla so wahamba wayofuna umsebenzi ukhanza ukuthi umsoheti la empuleni akasade ekhaya Tinkhundla ke ticedza lokho ke ukuthi konke siyawukwenta le kubantu kunelibandla ke ithi inkosi ngalinyela nami sengiyabuka ke emehlweni lapha silapha eSobhuza Memorial Park ebusuku ngoba beyisebenta ebusuku ithi shabalala kepha Eswatini ngoba ungeke wena ukhona kubita tikhulu ngemakhosi ithi ke cha awufuneka imphakathi ikhethe bantu babo labatawuthatha letincomo letikhulunywa kanghlunganye baye nato enkundleni iphinde isikeja sitababita esibathini cha ikhipha envelope isithi envelope letiqhamuka emiphakathi la lapha yonke imibono itabufakwa khona bese iya enkundleni iyalifuna leligama ithi sitawuthi buchopho ngoba bathwale imicabango yebantu kusukela emphakathi ngako ke buchopho bathwele buchopho besive imiphakathi ngemiphakathi nanyalo ke nini bekunene bukhona lobuchopho nabukhona nje lobuchopho nduna yetinkhundla jikelele utawuqinisa ke manje ukuthi ngoba kwanyalo besikhetha nje sokufuneka abantu labanemehle kubuka bathi uthina balenkhundleni bateke tindzaba labathunzene emaphepheni nalabena nabo bathatha ibhala phasi lobuchopho ke ngilona bandla lenkhundla ngenkundla njoba tinkhundla nje ting 59 shothi inkhundla ngayinye inelibandla letinkhundla basebenta njani ke bona kutase kusuka munye enkundleni aye esifundzene eTulu msibi ufuna kangive ke la baye enkundleni esifundzene eTulu njengakithi nje batakuya kumesuku bamkhanze emasuku ngiyena gobela lo engabele sifundza seshiselweni sebayeta bakha ke libandla ke lapho lelibandla sesingisi ungathi i-regional council la lobuchopho lobuqhamuka kugege lobuqhamuka kuphi kumbulungwane lobuqhamuka kuphi bathumele umuntu omunye losabamelele leyi batawuteka ke tindzaba bona labaqhamuka nato etinkhundleni tabo ngamunye lo mhambo uthi ke batawuhlela bagabele bentigabele uthi wena utawuteka indzaba letinkuthi wena utawuteka indzaba lenkuthi esihlalweni ngibani regional administrator msibuya ngiva lapho akusho nje ukuthi bo regional administrator bato umsebenzi mnengi futhi labo regional administrator lebona bakhonjwa inkosi bo RA ngoba ntasenithi nabo baqhamukaphi bakhonjwa inkosi umsebenzi wabo babuka letinduna tetinkhundla nalama nebuchopho lesekuthiwa inkundla council konke lokunini bekunene kutalwa na ingqondo lethi athi ngwenyama Sobhuza wesibili sitakuthathaphi kwambuya nemasotsha empini yemhlaba bebavakashele eSwitzerland bakhanza ukuthi eSwitzerland balandzela lokuthiwa i-county system nabamtekela ke wekunene wathi ke thina sitawuthikela kithi tinkhundla tiyavela ke tinkhundla hulumende ke nasekutelwe tinkhundla njengoba tikhona libandla leminyele yetinkhundla delimitation commission itabo behle itengeta awutikagcini nje la 59 itabo behle itengeta ingosi tibusiswe kuye ngekuye Batakwendani laba bekunene. Bateka tindzaba tesifundza ngesifundza wesifundza. Angibekise. Hlupha ngilibone likhethwa lakithi laSimelane. Masuku ke ngambuta kuyi uphi Simelane Masuku. Nakakhona umsebenzi waSimelane nguya kumethula eve bucopho bakumethula ukuthi buteka ndzabatini letibuya emiphakathi bobabe tikhulu abese kuthi ke lolo esifundzeni le Masuku so uphethe yena ivilopho lenkulu yathi nakutekwa ndzaba takumethula atithela athi nati umbuto ke lutahamba uvele uthi ilunga leParliament ke njengalo Simelane yini role yakhe Simelane uyawuhlala ku-public gallery alalele ama-debates esifundza ukuthi kukhulunywa tiphi kwakhiwe netincomo phecelete ama-motion bese sowaniketa regional administrator RA uyathatha lapho soniketa nduna jikelele usekhona nduna jikelele nangu sokuniketwa yena-ke uyakuthatha nduna jikelele sotakwe eParliament kuthi awu sine beTinkhundla sincoma naku usuka kubantu nine bekunene ngishilo ngathi ngidawuveta lokumbalwa konke ngeke ngikuqethe nani niyakuteka siniyawuthola lelithuba kepha lokumcoka eTinkhundleni kuthi wonke umuntu afake isandla nakwakhiwa lelive ngivumeleni nine beluhlanga ngicaphuna emagama esati lesikhulu kuthiwa ngishupenda Shupenda ukhuluma nge-participatory democracy aphinde asekelwe kuMacpherson a sociologist from Canada uthi bantu kumele batikhulumele bona that is the participatory principle ngakho ke Tinkhundla lo ngathi ativakali ngilonga ufuna kwakhe hayi ukuthi dona ativakali angibeka umuntu lapho mkhalibi
Cela simshayele tandla babedlameli. Very insightful discussion. Now I understand why he was an ambassador. He was just on time on also making very relevant citations. For those who did not understand that, I understand the interpretation is now gone. It's now okay. Back. Thank you very much. Ngicela ukuthi nyalo ngicele ngakhuluma nilapho ebahlonishwa manifuna kuhlala phansi but manifuna kudangela ngenhla futhi nakhona it's acceptable ngicela at this point in time ngicele chief babedambuza nabo utosherisha iperspective yangakho
bengisekutheni bonkosi selishonile kucaphuna ngamunye kanti isikhathi kude kutawu kwenda kuthi kuhlwe mbamba tawusebenzisa le phrase le vamile yabo protocol is observed nami la umuntu akabonge ekwekutheni sisive semaswati sine lesikhona la sibe khona la ngenzabakade lenkulu kodwa mhlambe lesinga ibuki ngebungiyo bayo mbamba kuningi lesikhulumako ngalolu hambo lesingesilungu isystem sekushitwa lokunengi nami ngitakusho lengushoko kodwa ke noma sikhuluma indzaba yinye asikehluki kubabhali beliBhayibheli lebathi nabo abuka Jesu Matthew wambuka ngeliso lakhe Marko wambuka ngeliso lakhe na Johane na Luka kodwa bebakhuluma ngamuntu munye anguJesu njoba nje la umlangeni asho ukuthi la sikhona khona akusiyonto lemile lamuhla beyikhona le ndlela lena leselamhla sesiyigudutisa kungathi yefika eMaswatini. eMaswati vele bekanayo indlela lekungumhambo wabo ekwekutheni sihamba njani. Itolo kude umango lobe ude indzawo la uhlangana khona ukhulumisa tindzaba tawo tikhulunyiswa ngekwahlukana kwato. Lomuhla singakhuluma ngepolitiki, sikhulume ngetemnotho, sikhulume nange social ills nalokwa bevele kukhona kukhona nje bekukhulunywa in a very very democratic open way. So the democracy lelamhla sesishanisa netinhloko sine besinayo vele njengesive seMaswati. Ngifuna kwenta nje isibonelo ngento inye ekulokunyenti. eMaswati uma khuluma tindzaba kungaba licala, kungaba indzaba, bebayikhuluma bahlangene, bayikhulume bayitsikitse asengije ngibekuse ngelicala. Nabakhuluma lapha kunemshushisi, lapha kunejury, lapha kunema assessors lalalele ukuthi kukhulunywani la. Ekugcineni kwako konke kutaba nalotabe so uthi ukhipha sijubo. Lesijubo la sikhiphako asisiso samuntu munye, sijubo sabo bonke labe bakhuluma lelicala. Futhi nabalikhuluma lelicala bebalikhuluma ngale nkululeko lebe yenta ukuthi eMaswati ayitolo ayiqonze indzaba ngqo. Ngoba noma ngabe lelicala lidla umnakabo bekusukuma kwelikhehla kumusho ngelibithu ukuthi hawu umnakethu la vele wonile, regardless ukuthi batawusuka lapho basedladleni linye noma esangweni linye, ngoba bebakhuluma babukele liciniso ukuthi liciniso kuloku litsini. Bangabuke ukuthi wena ume ngakuphi ume kanjani. Kungako ke emva kwenkululeko kwathi noma sithatha lunyawo lolu labo Westminster kwabukakala ukuthi hayi lento le kungathi itathi dzabula ekhathi, ngoba sekufanele nyalo kulahleke liciniso bese kubukwa ukuthi wena wayiphi party, as if kude idemocracy la kungena party khona. And yet idemocracy njoba ngisho nje nekukhululeka kwekukhuluma vele besinako. Angixoxomele kulele sihamba ngako lomuhla ngoba hleli nje yademonizwa le system ngilaba idemonizako, kodwa indzaba ingukuthi nayo nabo abati bese nathi futhi siyabanga lokho ukuthi vele ibe considered as demonic. You don't need to be a partisan esiswatini sakithi kuze ukhulume iqiniso. You have got to speak the truth as is, freely, openly and frankly. Iparlamente yethu akadzinge ukuthi sizikhalele amaphathi. Iparlamente yethu uma bengahamba ngesiswati sayitolo kukhulunywe ma issues, not personalities, not groupings, not inviting mhlawumbe kubonwa nekuthiwani. Wouldn't be crying for party politics, because we have it. The truth is the truth, and open discussions warrant ukuthi ugcine ngikhulumeke ngokuthi nakhulunywa licala kunemeli kunejury kunalo Ekugcineni kwako konke kutabe sokuphuma lesijubo ngishilo ngathi is as a result of consensus discussions, and if only we to appreciate that as a Maswati, would indeed be a model for e-democracy. Lomuhla si kinga joba sengishilo. We have to defend lele singokona ngekweliciniso ngekwokuthi vele singa be ngiloku kube kumane kunana kuya nana kwena ungathi thine sinako. Ingwenyama ke sobhuza njoba vele kunguye umhambandlela nembumbanisi nemqonzisi walelokuzana wathi nakakhuluma inkulumo letinengi lesiyesitisho wabuka emuva when Africa was scrambling for different ways to go, because ibe inkulu inkinga eAfrica ikakhulu emva kwetinkhululeko kuthi sesithatha niyaluphi sibhekaphi ideologies abamanenge lokwaku prevalent and sort of mhlawumbe kutsandzeka kwakungiyona lento ye party politics. Uthi sinenhlanhla thina eMaswati ngoba sichamuka sekunalaba hambe phambi kwethu sibonile lapho bagcumukele khona, sibonile ematibuko labanye labawele ngawo, ngakho ke sesitakuncwadza ngcono thine ngoba sesinalesitakubuka. Aphinze futhi in his philosophy, which this system basically it has its own philosophy. Athi kuze kuthi kube nemusic lomnanzi funa ukuthi uhlanganise the tinkinobho tale piano litokhiphela umusic lomnanzi. Lokhu ke lesikusho sonke isikhathi kutheni wayevele akholelwa kwekutheni lokubi kwakho kulahle, lokuhle kwakho kugcine, lokuhle kwalomunye kuthathe, kwakhe ukuyekele. Kutabeke sekwakheka le melodious music kule piano yakho lokuzako. So ke nyalo sisesigabeni lapho mhlambe ngiliyo ndlela leyo kufanele ukuthi ibukisiswe ngekweliciniso singabe ngilo sishayisana ngetinhloko sifuna into lesesiyibonile ukuthi inetinkinga kude longaboni ukuthi party politics in Africa is a failure. Kukhona la iphumelele khona kuncane, but sine sinento lengumsuka wethu lesiphile ngayo itolo. Kwaba nemadvodza nabomake bebangaba nenkanga kwemabandleni bomake, kodwa lema athi zika amela kokuthi kuze live liphumelele na indlela lokufanele sihambe ngayo. Lelo kuzana le democracy lesikhuluma ngayo ukuthi ikhona la Tinkhundleni ibonakele nangekwakhiwa kwale present form of Tinkhundla system. It was so democratic ngema consultations regionally, internationally and locally. Nema reports akhona abuya akhulunyiswa. It was not dictated, but kwaba ngumuvo eMaswati kokutheni le ndlela le ingasiphilisa, le ndlela le futhi lesiyatiko lesambe ngayo ngayitolo. Lokusilelako ngoba sikhathi kude kungukuthi lemiqondo lengithi idemonizer le ndlela lesiphila lesamba ngayo yetinkhundla ifundziseke kahle ku appreciate ekwekutheni if you talk democracy, there is democracy in the Tinkhundla system. Ngoba naleli gama ingwenyama labe sesistawuthi thina Tinkhundla bayisho vele kufanele ngoba sine tintfo tethu letiningi sisive semaswati sitidzikise etinkhundleni inkhundla lebeyivele yateka kakhulu kuphansi esihlahla ensihlahla kithi sibe inkantolo saba iplatform yepolitiki saba iplatform yokukhulumisa temnotho kungako ke yabe sethi asisithi inkhundla ngoba ngilapha emaswati atsikitsa khona tindzaba tawo kuze kuthi abone ukuthi atahamba abhekephi ngenxa yesikhathi malangeni umuntu akathi uma lapho ngiyabonga
Ngiyabingelela nonke all protocols observed lenza ba ukuthi start kulokungaka mkhaliphi bese sikhompyutha nesikhathi kulungi mina nje akunikwa umbhobho ngoba unganginika umbhobho angisuki sizathu yini kuningi lele kunako la inhloko nebe kunene ngawushakutela ngoba vele sonke sikunkwe ngawuqala nje ngisho ukuthi Tinkhundla uze ngitive kahle ihistory yato ngathi thathe emlonyeni wayo ingwenyama inkosi obhusa ngawusho ukuthi kunini lapho imbi nayilwa iledulo Northern Africa nase Middle East kuba khona lenye lisotsha lale kithi emkhuzweni litalwa ngumntwana ngosimkhunundu lilibala kugula ukuthi kubanza kakhulu agcina mangisi ayalibuyisa alibuye ekhaya la kubo 43 ayikajubeki impi ingwenyama nayiva ukuthi mbilikiki ubuyile iyambida ase usho mbilikiki benendani lena ayitekeke umlangeni bavule amabloho bakha nemgwaqo bethula tindlo tekusebenta tekulwa imkhumbi netitimela baphindze futhi babe khona tindlo lebatigatsako yahlala ke yacabanga ingwenyama ithi ke uyati lamasotsha ami nakabuya lempini ngingawasebenzisa ngakhe tinkhundla kuwo wonke lo mangwa kangwana la khona kutawuthi nakunemsebenzi hayi ukuthi kusuke abantu baleka hoho bakha umgwaqo lena kalavumisa kube kulabantu bakhona bathabe balale emakhaya bavuke emakhaya so ke leyo bekuyi decentralization ya targeta litiko laka works ngenhlanhla lembi ke imali tethu lebetitselwa bomkhulu nabo babe betabiwa le London khanza ukuthi ude leti imali kwase kuyema ke kodwa nje tona wathi formisha ka 1949 taba nge22 tindvuna tetinkhundla kwaba ngebobabe emasotsha njalo kunemfile nje umlingani wami uthi utalwa lisotsha nami ngitalwa lisotsha lokuthi kumangome nje ngemaswati mbamba Montgomery okay angendluleke lapho ngiye ngawubuya la eTinkhundleni ngiye lapha endzabeni ya 1963 nga 1963 ingwenyama yakaloba inkosi obhusa ibita bonke labo leyabona ukuthi ngababita kutobatshela ukuthi kunemoya wenguquko lo ushako ngako ke iAfrika yonke seyisukumile ifuna masibuze nathi singemaswati asale senda njalo ibeka ke umhlangano lomunye kuthi ngalilanga lelinguthi siyabuya la ababuyanga bonke labanye bese badliwa kumawiki resident commissioner waleso sikhathi uthini ke uthi cha nani ngabe senikhuluma indzaba enkululeko ayinikhulumeli ingosobhuza nawe nje noma bakulandzela abantu sitakunika leli ife thina singemangisi hawu nangembala ke lamanye amambuka kithi alalela lokho kwase kuba nenkulumo lethi cha inkosi iyakhuluma nje ilandzelwa ngemakhosikazi nebantu abayokuphela ayinamuntu oyilandzelako ngila khona ke kwavela ukhetho lwambondombondo nga1964 la saqala khona kuvota thina bayitolo leni labathi bafuna inkosi batawukhetha libhubezi lebathi batawukhetha lokunye lesingakwadi nasilwane sinembondo letiningi mbondobondo nangembala ke kwayiwa kulokhetho baba baningi lebathi sina sihamba nengosobhuza ngibona ukuthi ke nangikhuluma ngetinkhundla ngaba kakukhulumi nangabe ngingakayithinzi lo ndzaba leyo pluralism has been tried and tested and it failed kungako lukhetho my first general elections 1967 ayendiwa yawina imbokodo ema constituency beka nge8 ngileyo party ivumeleke ukuthi ingafaka abe ngi3 ama candidates nangembala ke kwahamba kwayelkhethweni yawina imbokodo ngobe bekude lenye indlela lebe sikewela ngayo yathi wina tonke tinhlalo leti 24 inkosi yafaka sithupha yahlangana iParliament yakhetha sikisi yamjikela imbungeni nengwenya majikali wanani iParliament yonke beying42 sekufika langa ke ngaye lo 67 sikhona phela ngitekela indzaba lebe ngekho sifundza lapha lo bamba thina inkosi iyofungiswa ukuthi nemangisi sekathi inkosi kanje bayathi itolo ngishemelo etikhulu ngparamount chief uyafunga ke uyakhuluma la khulumako siyalalela phela sifundza lapha lo bamba sikhona lapha ku park yakhe egroundini ehla kweParliament uthi bekaqedze kufunga uthi ke ndunangule senginika yena ngitanika umntana nkosi Makhosi Jameson wakadlamini kwekhutha lwandle lo ngati ke utawuthi ke kude ndunangule ongabekele Esibayeni ngobe bekangekho so sewubita umhlaba njena uyombeka leSibayeni umphakamise lapha la kafungela khona yena kwase ke kubekwa ke icabinet yeqala ngalo 67 kwathiwa interim government letawethe amalungiselelo endiphethe ngobe inkosi besishito ukuthi indiphethe mhla ka6 September 1968 uyayibeka ke cabinet ema ministries bekalishumi ngaleso sikhathi yaqhubeka ke kuyasuswa hlahla bekunehlathi lapha e-stadium leti mbondo lebe stika khona nasikalusekwana liyahlipidwa ke kwakhiwa le stadium kwakhiwa ne State House Embo iparlamente ihlanganela eHigh Court lenzala lembabani awu sefika ilanga asinike mangisi asinika ke nale constitution yawo ngisolo kunayo icopy yayo bonakale ke kusetshenzwe kuphele lo 5 years nga 72 kuphinze kuyiwe likhethweni so phelile phela 5 years kukhethwe ayimbokodo iluze iconstituency inye yale Mpumalanga bosteki nabo Mhlumeni polomahasha awucha ke kuqhutshekwe ke kusetshenzwe akhiwe uhulumende kusale kwaseke kuba khona lo msindvo lokungahloniphani njengaloku ngasho ukuthi nasibuka kubomabona kude kulamanye amave siyabona ukuthi kwala kancane ukuthi badlobha nemehlo nala kithi ke bese kufika kuleso sikhathi leso sangiphathamisa ngikhaliphi kwabonakala ukuthi njengaloku ngathi akusebenteki ngalo 73 iparlamente yahlangana 13 bill taphuma ne resolution ukuthi asihambe siye enkosini soyitshela ukuthi siyehluleka kusebenza ngale constitution akusho nje ukuthi inkosi yavuka esigodlweni yathi yathi lamhla ngikhanuka kochithe emaphathi ne constitution kwaba i-resolution yeparlament yakangwane bayibeka ke etayithwelela inhloko bekede netinwele umntwana ngosimakhosini kalobamba wafika wayithule enkosini inkosi yenda ke proclamation yachitha amaphathi yamchitha lwanyana yachitha le constitution yathi ke live italiphatha liyona ilekelelwa ngamasotsha ngoba besakhona kwabe kwahamba isithe kube kufike lapho ayibulalanga buthongo masinyane yakha libandla lebeliholwa Minister of Justice Mr Paul Kabdlamini wale enginamadolo kaho mabhalane kungibabe atakhoza nemntana ngosesifuba beka kulelo bandla bahamba kuleli ive la kangwane baphuma baya kulamanye amave bayobuka ukuthi yini velele isilwane kuswa ngeconstitution babuya nako lababuya nako kuthi teka 1977 ngingimeja ngileni bulusi ngitrain emasotsha ngithihlele ngalelo langa ngifake amandla Embo nangithi ngiyefika lebo ngikhanza kunababe emndeni wakashabalala kunababe mabalizandla kwanhlabathi kunemntana ngosigabheni kuna RV Dlamini kuna chief mfana wenkosi Maseko kuna Ndleleni wakagwebo mine ngwe7 inkosi ke yakha libandla isa senihambe seniphinze nibuyele eMaswatini niyouva ukuthi athini ngenza ba eParliament bese bashito lokuthi hayi iParliament bayifuna mana bafuna lenza yakhethani mine bafuna abantu bakhethwe inkosi yathi inkosi ho batosila sebagilatika nithi kulabantu basobhusa yala ngilapho ke kwase kudaleka khona electoral committee college yakheka kanjalo kweqala leli bandla lesengishito ngoba vele sekwasala mina ngedwana. Yathi asambe sibuke Tinkhundla betting 22 sithi khulise sathi khulisa nga 18 tayita ufika emashumini lamane. So ke lolukhetho beluthatha 2 webantu enkundleni lebata wakha le electoral college. Befike bahlale lapha eParliament inyanga yonke batshelwa lokuthi umuntu lomkhetha lo eParliament utawendani yini imisebenzi yakhe. Bamikiswe nakuma ministries, bamikiswe nakuma industries. Unkhani batawuniketwa lithuba ukuthi ababuke emuva bakhethe abantu emalungu eParliament. Beyiba njalo ke lelo kwanyana. Nase kukhethiwe ke yase yakhula nale nombolo ngobe kwakhanzakala ukuthi lekuqaleni ngalo 67 nangabe kunemisebenzi lebathethe ngephandle kwanze ukuthi iquorum abasayakhi iParliament ayihlangana. Kwaba ngileso sizathu ukuthi ayikhuliswe babe ngi40 lela bakhethe abantu bese kuthi ke kuba ngilaba labakhethwa ingwenyama nalaba labakhethwa iHouse of Assembly. Kwaba njalo ke umkhaliphi angihlale phansi kuningi kona lengakusho ngobe mina benginenhlanhla nangifika kalobamba ngesuka lekise emkhuzweni ngaqonda ngqo ntohlala nemntwana ngosimasithela lo ngibabe lomncane ay politician bekahamba nami naka u campaign lo lokuthiwa ipolitiki nje labanye bakhuluma ngako abakwathi bakuva ngenzaba ngalo ukuthi ke nga 69 yase yavulwa iParliament seyakhiwe yasibadudana ngilakhona ke bese sithola lithuba lekuthi nasiphume esikolweni sambe solalela ukuthi bakhulumani lapha ngekhathi konke lokho bese kubuka sikulalela physically angibeke umuntu lapha
le ngifuna kukusho nje ngwekuthi lo lophethe university akasivulele bo visiting professor kusuwena tatimbunga now join kusuwena tatimbunga ticket yofundzisana kula because labantu abadzala have not written anything but bakwethalela la khombe khona Colonel Montgomery. So that's all I have. Because most of the things they've said nathi bese sivete emadlebe sikubona sikubona lokho siyabonga ngiloko nje mina ngicelela lo phethe university akathwala noma akabani afake la curriculum visiting professors.
Asibonga kakhulu program director kwethu nje sibancane kungaba kubonga kuleti njulabcopho te politiki titeka ukuthi le live libuyaphi siyakubonga kakhulu lokho sesibona nalokuthi nje kungase lithuba libe lincane kakhulu sekungaba kubuta ke lokuthi njengoba sesila na AG ushide ekseni lokuthi sesithethe iminyaka lemithe ukuthi sende na involve kwathiwa siyende 5 years after iconstitution iqhamukile bathini bantu labadzala bathi sesingashakutela sithini siqola letinkundla tethu ngalawo magama ngithi siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi nje lapcopho ingosi ngasingasibusiselana nini
mina ngingimake Joyce Vilane gama shothi ke ngitomela kulalelela lapha Luthango bekunene bomake ke bonke bakangwane ngoba Luthango ufundzila ukwafunzi solo ngumake uLuthango bekunene lesikubonga kokubonga lapha kubalondolozi ngidawusho njalo ngoba nami ngitalwa ngumlondolozi kuthi lele ngikhuluma letinkhulumo tabo ticishe tiyafakelana tihamba kahle. Nginesikhalo ke sekuthi sihlale sikhuluma nje emihlanganweni ukuthi kulenza ba yale background history. Ukhona umfana lo wendi history esikolweni, ukhona ne-university lo wendako ngeke ngicetse njengoba babeka. Kodwa kunalo ngakayendi. Benginekucela mina ukuthi nyalo labantwana sebasebenzisa social media nabo website konke atikhulunywe letindzaba. Kuyevakala ukuthi bangaya bobabe kodwa ngekukhula sekufuna ukuthi sithole tindlela tekubhala tincwadzi letitaw ba ngena nema pamphlets ngoba cishe vele lo moya lo wangena angeke uphume malula hulumende akakendi taba letenda ukuthi kufike kuma constituencies Tinkhundla tonke njengokuthi ema policies i-decentralization policy ngenhlanhla wasibita DPM make constance sayo kwakha le policy sikulo 59 wetinkhundla sinetindvuna telithango siyayati nje kahle sinema copies but lokusalako kusema instruments lakhona ma policies zonke lo ngawacabanga kulelive kucondzisa nje kubabe lobukete emthetho akufiki kahle letinkhundleni sigcina lama hotel bese kuthi nakuphuma kuya pilotwa nasekuphasiswa ibill sesiyagijinyiswa kuthi nayibhili siyakubonga nje lokho keja ke nasiva ukuthi ngase kunetinyanga sekuphinze kuyasikhinyabeda kuthi lesive sitabe sikwati nini lokho emabhili onke uthola asaphuthuma sekuthiwaphuthumani keja siyesijabule ngoba uthola ukuthi bese kuyabhajwa lo muthe sothi asenime sengime kusayina sibuka ke kuthina seamile lokusayina siyacela ukuthi sive si contribute inclusive kula nalabo capacity building siyabacela ngoba kuye kwendwe ama pilot kuthiwe sekwendiwe info kuhanjwe Tinkhundla letimbili tithathu kuthiwe live seliyakwade sinenkinga abantu bethu balahlekile balahlwe indvo lesebaleni thine lesikhule kulabalondolozi ngiko singanyakati simangala ukuthi sitawufana nemavela amanye lapho kugijinywa khona leni phezu komkhono.
To me it is such a blessing to hear from our elders here. Somebody just referred to you as walking encyclopedias. I think you are our heritage. So we have to celebrate you, preserve you, and promote you. So my question is, you see, if we had given any of you 1 hour, that wouldn't be enough. You have so much in your mind. So have you thought of, like the three of you here, have you thought of coming together, put all these experiences into a form of book, right? Then we can put these books into secondary schools, into universities, and then people can come and interact with you on platforms like this, right? Because now we still have you with us, and no matter how much you write things in book, maybe you just put 2% of what you have in you in book. But right now, you are a complete heritage that we are having. I come all the way from Ghana, right? So how many times do I visit Eswatini? So my question is that, have you thought of this, documenting your experiences so that future generations will come and meet them as original documentations? Thank you.
Ngiyabonga lo sesihlalweni. Wameke umbuto ngiyethemba utawugqishe ubakhaverishe bonke. Kwecala nje ngaqala ngikubonga kubantu labazala Nkosi yami kuthi basivise lokhu lesikuvako. Lokunye lebe singakwadi sesiyeva namhla. Lengingaphawula ukuthi ke Nkosi yami asati kube kusahlawulisanwa ngase kukhona lekumele bahlawule ngoba umbuto utawuthi besolo bakuphi ngoba lokhu nje lesikuvako kube sashije sakuva awungasikhashane nalempilo Ncesini basangichaza ngingifilmoni ngwakagama Sibongo ngwehleza kulela lasekuvinjelweni ngaphasi kwa Chief Mabaleka Mncina lokunye ke bese ngikushito kepha ke umuntu wami lomkhulu ngilolothi ke noma sebathi chazile Tinkhundla naloku sebephutile nje usike umbuto njengoba bachaza konke kokusitacala kanjani nekuthi ke tihambe iphi indlela kuzethi ifike la le Tinkhundla dispensation singasho njalo ngalamafisha utawusi kumbuzo njengoba sebakubeke konke sesiveke thina nje bese sibalalele la tehluleke khona sitawuva ngabani ngokuthi tisena kufika la tehluleka ngoba phela nangabe bathi chaza nje Tinkhundla kokusitacala kanjani tahamba kuphi kuze tofika la sesitawuthi ke thina okay le lathambe khona ungasi kwaqalwa kuyinfo lene vision le clear kepha mhlawumbe labo lebeba propagator leyo dispensation bahamba kancane kwaze kwefika ke lapha khona sekune kukhala ngoba lokukhala khona asingakufihli bekunene kukhona lokudungutela nalobuhihi sesitawusike sine encenye kubangwe ngilokhu sibephutile laba bekunene ngoba onke lama dispensation la khona emhlabeni aba nalama characteristics ngibekise nje ka democracy kuba nalama democratic principles loyaye uidentify ngawo ukuthi lena sikhuluma ngedemocratic reforms uma kunjalo ke mangabe kuchubeka le democracy ungete wayichaza ukuthi usho ukuthini na usi le live liphila ngedemocracy uapply lama principles lesive ngiso lesitawujayiva nakabe umnanzi music noma music uyabhetha utawuva ngale sive bengawusike mina nato letinkhundla asebalalele laba lapha embili kwekuthi lokudrungdrung luthini bese balo attend kwekugcina ke ngidawuthini ka democracy ku democratic dispensation kuba nenkantolo yemthetho sisekelo lesho ukuthi nangabe sesiyacabana ngalo kuqhutshwa kwale dispensation siyakhona ngalathi inkundleni ngesibheka ngakuphi ngoba ukhanza ukuthi nangabe nje kunento lesingayi understand njengana kulesikuva namuhla ukhanza ukuthi ke sesiyacala sesibhidana sodwana awathi kusumele ubheke enkantolo uyangqunza ubheka kuphi uyangqunza ngiloko bekunene ngiyabonga
cha mina ngawuphendula nje laba lababili umphendule sivakashi sethu lesibuya eGhana akasiyo umuntu ekwamba wala kithi ngoba ema-Afrika manje cha ngiye ngithi mine labo lebathi asibhale isinani nawufuna ukubhala iwota kithi sithina sitawukhuluma ubhale ke wena sisho njalo nje kodwa na uthi 10 gama lapha uthi besolo sikuphi besolo sikhona kangwane uyanikwa uyathunywa awumani nje uthi sukele bese uthi ngifuna kwenta kwekuthi ngifuna kwenta kwekuthi kumuhle umuntu lothunywako lamhla silapha nje sithunyiwe ngaba sikho la
nami ngisangiphendula umbuto omunye lengokhanza ubalulekile lothi lokhu kunje senta njani ngoba ngiyona ndzaba lebalulekile kulesidungudungu lesingenele live ungesilolela lakithi kuphela ekwekutheni nibiya njani lengakuncoma mhlambe kungaba kufisha kwanyalo kube letimali tikhona kube nembuthano ikakhulu welusha njoba sihlangenela kukhulunywe lokukhulunywako kodwa kulandzela lapho kufuneka ukuthi bese sisebenzisa letinkhundla phela ngoba vele takhelwa ukuthi ngilapho siyodzikidza tindzaba khona labantu labasha ke ngenhlanhla lebhlungu letinye tindzawo letinye tinkhundla bangeke bayelula ngoba akuhambeke akufikeke ngila kufike bese ngena ke lensaye ye decentralization ngeinfrastructure ekwekutheni uma imigwaco yakithi ingaba ndasebenzisa lesilungu accommodate kulokuthi imotwana labahamba ngako inyenti labo bayosala emuva siphelana leti inkundleni ngoba vele lokho kwakhelwa ukuthi akudzizwe tindzaba letakhalive ngoloku ngasisa phambili sengaba khona ke mhlambe nale ye documentation ekwekutheni nase kwentiwe konke lokho sekungabhalwa kuphume lokuphumako lokubhaliwe ne university iqinisekile awu enje bekangamane acabanga lokuncane indzaba sibili ngoba e-university ngilapho kunalokunyenti khona lokungalidudula nalokungalakha then we have got to build up those minds and direct them in the right direction. Ngiyabonga.
Cha nibekunene ngifuna ukusho into yinye lesinyandelako silive kanze ngiyo indzaba yokufundzisa ngale system yetinkhundla iyanyandeleka nangamhlabhlangene ngangiphethe ama copies alumthetho sisekelo wale live lesikulo sengivakashela ke umlingani wami Professor Magdalene Albright abelinxusa laseMelika dawucela ufunze nathi indzaba istendako umlingani kangwane kwathi nje in a week's time waphinzwa wangibita wathi ambassador there's no problem your constitution and system is very clear but what you have to do is to teach the populace of the Kingdom of Swaziland. And indeed, this is what is lacking. That's what we call political efficacy. The political efficacy, it means reaching people and share with them what you need as a nation. Now, Angela, the National Curriculum Center, William Page. Lama curriculum designers, atawukala nini ubhala lento ingene ku curricular system ye live nango kuwe jikelele unebalingani bakho asabe safundzisa lokunye sifundise lo lokufunwa abantu mkhaliphu kahle nje lo ulali phala muhla uthi vele lapha kubabe shifulukele inaccessibility of the tinkhundla nje yathi ngagcina ekhaya ngidawuhamba kuphi Ansani hlulela nje nothi niyohaya kumane kubuyeke lolidzaka ke nihlepi nje sawungathi singemahubhulu okuhlala embabani cha silungiseleleni kulelitiko imigwaqo leya etinkhundleni lengobelweni nje kubo babelukhele akulula kuyakhona akulula kude umgwaqo nyalo khona nakuleni kukhulumile nithi uhulumende utawukwakha umgwaqo kusukela elibonjeni uyeshise nengathi nje ipropaganda kile senebale asiniboni seniyamemeta ukuthi nakha kusukela umgwaqo elibonjeni uyeshiselweni niyathi ventilator ngiyadamula ngesintu
lapha sakha ibill sakha umthetho wokukwenda lokuthi lemgwaqo ufike ngifuna baba lesitawuphuma nje sikucabanga ukuthi mangathi nje le ngitawuphuma nako la lokuphuma kubabe enzimanze lokuphuma kubabe lukhele lokuphuma kubabe edlamini kungaba yini emva kwaloko sitabe sesiyasonga siyagocota ukukhuluma kwethu bongosi
uyasisokolisa emkhaliphi ubeke kahle kuyevakala ukuthi emva kwale conference le siyobuka tiyela tonke letikhona kule system naletikhona kuhulumende asambene emva kwale khomfa wena nje uphume nabo engineer bakho mina ngase ngaliphatha lela litiko mkhaliphi ngingu-under secretary khona kwakuna chief professional officer wakamanana kwaya kwetabo mahloba bonjiniyela nje bahamba khona la iskontiyeleni yini bangaphumi batibonele bona ngosi uthi sisokola kanganani le makhaya sekuze kusukuma inkosi yeluhlanga ile lekithi eTshengdlovu yase ngihambe kakhulu longla tafuneka ngize ngibuye ngemuso ngitovula umgwaqo lo sokutharisha ngitakwende iphinze yesuka yehla khona lekithi eshiselweni ibheke ehosiya ithi ngihambe kakhulu kepha bulukhuni besikhashana kufuneka umgwaqo la utharisha ngitakwende usoyikhombile phela lomutse i-way forward akutube kuhokoma thini yendani lo sekushiwo ingwenyama isekelwa ngemeswati
Hawu mphathi lo hlelo kuningi kakhulu yokufanele kwentiwe kodwa ngifuna ukukushwambakanya kanje. Let us be sincere, committed and focused on issues of this nation and land. Kulena ke sesikuvetile lokuncane, but capture the youth. Kunengi lokufanele kwentiwe lapho. Ngiyabonga.
Mina ngicabanga ukuthi kuze le system akithi ivakale kufuna sibe nana kule bathi indoctrination lento iqalele kuma grassroots kubantwana bafundziswe ukuthi yini lo ngajabula nje ngifike empini emangisi ngiyafika ngikhanza kunema recruits ngikhanza bafundziswa ngembuso emangisi angithi labantu futhi ukuthi ba sacrifice ngempilo yabo bavikelele live batalivikela ngento le bangayadi la kithi ungathi uthi yakwenda bathi sofundisa ipolitiki lempini ngobe abadi siyashesha singemaswati kusola into singakayibuti kulela bayadiko mina ngibona ukuthi kube nale indoctrination tifundiswe letinto labantwana bakhule bathi ukuthi hulumende nakhulunywa ngahulumende khulunywa ngani tinkhundla khulunywa ngani ngiloko siyekele lento leyathi ngosobhuza kunengifeneta ephini uthi kungabona kwento abantu nathi sesiyakwenda sicabanga ukuthi kuphuquka asesibe ngemaswati sibe bala eSwatini sele kwethu njengalo uhulumende nje wetinkhundla kuningi lokusitako labangadi baqabanga ukuthi nemangisi khona rasiyela wona ngoba liningi leni bancane anathi uthi amangisi ashiya kunganalutho la kangwane lutho sikwetela besuka amanzini sigcine oshuku kuphela kungana university lekithi kahoho ngeshaya konkomanzi bekune secondary yinye kwindzingene konke lokwentwa kuna uhulumende wetinkhundla kodwa la tendeni letinkhundla tende bofuna tenda yini wena
siyabonga Colonel Babenzimanzi sibonge bobabe
bosinika sikhathi umkhaliphi bosinika na ngoba nawe sitakuhlaba nangaba wendile thatha umbhobho wakho
ngicela sibashele intandla abantu abadala kakhulu. It's been a wonderful afternoon. Sifundzele kakhulu. Ngicela ukuthi lethuba lanyalo le opportunity lena asikavami ukuyithola. Le kuhlala nabantu abadala coce nabo Themba nje ukuthi minister waka Tinkhundla, minister wemadolobha batasivulela lama spaces le etifundzeni le emadolobheni le kuboba betikhulu lokuthi le nkulumo lebekhona la hotela lamuhla noma letabakhona kusasa ingaphindze iphindeke but iphindeke seyiphindze